Mhm. Hmm? Right, just share from here. Yeah, then you, yeah, let's do that. Okay, members of the council, Diana Evans. Council staff, thank you for your indulgence there for a couple of moments. So I'm going to walk through the staff tasking memo. As you know, we have, this is our opportunity to talk about committees, plan teams, upcoming meetings, tasking priorities, scheduling issues. So the first part here talks about issues, the actions that you have in front of you related to committees. There, as you were reported in the executive director report, you have 2 plan team nominations for consideration at this meeting. You also had a call for nominations, and that closed for an IFQ committee vacancy. I just want to note for you and the public that the Ecosystem Committee also had a call for nominations out. That call for nominations is still open through July 11th. And so that's available to people to submit their interest if they are interested in that committee. Reminding you also that you typically call for nominations for 2026 AP and SSC members at this meeting. So that's something that you might want to do. So we can put that out over the summer for the deadline. October 31st, I think, is your general deadline for that. And then just noting from earlier in the agenda, the FMAC and PCFMAC proposed a terms of reference for their committee that is up for council approval. This is an opportunity for you to see what the upcoming advisory group meetings are, primarily the normal meetings we have in the fall and winter cycle. And the reason we bring this to your attention is that under our new policy, we are trying to make sure that you have the draft, at least, agendas for all of the advisory group meetings of the council available to you for your review before we go forward with those meetings. So we have 2 crab planting meetings, 2 groundfish planting meetings, as you normally, or excuse me, 2 crab planting meetings because we have Norton Sound Red King crab. The FMAC would meet in the fall to talk about NIFWIF, and PCFMAC to talk about the 2026 annual deployment plan. And then you have your charter halibut committee meetings for the annual charter management measure cycle. Another item that is an action item for you as part of staff tasking is draft revisions to your SOP, Statement of Operations, Practices, and Procedures. That draft in track changes is posted to staff tasking, the E part of the E agenda for the public to review. There's just a brief summary of the content of that. Primarily, those are updates that relate to changes that have already been implemented. We're catching up our SOP to be consistent with some of the changes in practices and policies that we have done, and also things like the use of our E agenda, just making sure that outdated language reflects our current council processes. Same thing with the AP and the SSC handbook revisions. I would note that both in April for the SSC and in June for the AP, I did go through all of the track changes, AP and SSC revisions that were included in those drafts that are posted. Just a note on that, I think the AP and SSC handbooks are posted under B10 and B11 of the agenda, not under the E portion of the agenda. So if you're looking for those, they're under the AP and the SSC sections, B10 and B11. So the next section here is looking ahead to future meetings and scheduling. And as we have talked about for the last couple of meetings, but particularly in April, the Finance Committee met and you had a report from them highlighting concerns about receiving installations of our of our budget for 2025. That is happening at a slower pace than we are typically used to, and so we have to do budget contingency planning as a result of not being certain when or if we will receive the entire amount of our 2025 funding. It is our intention to hold the October meeting as a virtual meeting, with the intent to try to prioritize December being an in-person meeting. However, looking at the December 2025 schedule, we have overscheduled that meeting, as we are coming to realize, and we need to make adjustments to that schedule. And so the memo goes into quite a lot of detail about some of the different parameters that we consider with respect to December. Right now, we have that scheduled for tentative final action for the chum salmon bycatch final action, as well as the kind of must-do items, time-sensitive items that take place in December. And now that we don't have a February meeting, there's some additional items that otherwise perhaps could go till February, but can't go until April. And so those are listed on the slide here. Bering Sea and Gulf groundfish final specifications must be approved by mid-December. Charter halibut 2026 management measures are due to the IPHC by the end of December. Norton Sound red king crab harvest specifications are needed to open a fishery that I believe starts on February 1st. And then Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications, because of the process needed to proposed and final rules for that. The council needs to take action by sometime in February in order to open that June fishery. So as always, we're bringing this time management issue for December to the attention of the public and the council at this meeting. It's down to the chair of the council and the executive director to take into account both time management issues as well as all of the other issues that go into planning, staff capacity, funding, any new issues that might arise as we make changes to the schedule. But we wanted to highlight this particular aspect of the meeting. We alerted you in April that this was going to be an issue, and so here's how we're trying to identify potential solutions. So there's two issues with the December schedule. One is relating to the council agenda, and one is relating to the SSC. I'll talk about each of those in sequence. With respect to the council agenda, because looking at final action for chum salmon, and there's, as I say, more detail in the memo, but we would anticipate your last initial review of that action took 4.5 days. Final action we would expect to be at least as long, if not longer. Generally, the council is likely to have a fair amount of deliberation on that, so we would prudently schedule for that for a longer amount of time. In December, we also have groundfish specifications, which generally takes, looking at past experience, about 1.5 to 2 council days of time. And then some additional time for those other time-sensitive issues, charter halibut, Norton Sound red king crab, and Cook Inlet specifications. So there's a little bit of buffer around that scheduling, but all of the buffer. So some of the buffer can overlap, but we generally need a footprint that would need to be about 8 to 9 days for the council in order to schedule this in a prudent way to make sure that we're leaving enough time for the appropriate public process around these different issues.
And Ms. Evans, I know that some things have changed since this memo was put together, as far as our funding status and some of the uncertainty that you mentioned at the beginning. And I know that this is really important information, but I guess would also flag that above all else, our ability to have a meeting is going to be, and the type of meeting moving forward is going to be very much influenced about when we get visibility and to what degree that funding comes into play. Mr. Witherell, do you have anything to add there?
I don't, Madam Chair. If we don't get additional funding, of course, we'll have to close shop in August. Depending on if we get funding, we can have an October and December meeting. So there's that hanging out there. So this is kind of, should we get sufficient funding, then this would be the challenges that we would face in planning for a December meeting.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
I just need, thank you, to hear that again, because I think debating the details of how we fit things into our schedule is completely secondary to potentially not having a meeting at all. So if you could just say those dates again on when we would just have to close down versus when we might know if we have money for a December meeting at all.
Yeah, if we don't get any more money, we run out of funds for paying for council staff and everything else in August. If we get money, we don't know how much we're going to get, so I can't fully project if we can fund how much further in the year we can fund. Thus, assuming we're not going to get the full funding, or if we don't, then that's why we're moving to a virtual October meeting. But the December meeting, of course, is still up in the air because I don't know what we'll end up with in the end. It's different than our normal schedule where we get all of our money by March for that year.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
I think Mr. Witherall, you're sort of speaking in a shorthand that the council understands, but maybe not all of our stakeholders understand. And your last sentence started to get to it. That at the beginning, and so I'm hopeful you could actually just take another minute to explain that we only got the first installment of the money that we'd been allotted and how that process normally works, how it's working this year. That might be helpful because otherwise it's hard for people to understand why we're talking about running out of money.
Madam Chair, I can try to do that. Normally, we get our first installment of money, our funding for the year, in December of the prior year. And then we get our second shot of funding, the rest of the funding, usually by early March. This year is the beginning of our new 4-year grant period. So we're starting from ground zero. And we have received 46% of our annual amount that was in our budget for this year. And we anticipate that we will get another apportionment of funding. I'm not sure if it will be sufficient to cover the costs through the end of the year. That's my concern, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Witherall, and just I hate to make you repeat yourself, but typically at this point in the year, we have our full years of funding available.
correct.
Okay. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yourself and Mr. Twite actually asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Evans.
Madam Chair. Yep, we have a confluence of issues at the moment, figuring out whether we have budget, and then we have to make decisions fairly soon, certainly to let for planning purposes of how if we have that budget, exactly how we can schedule meetings to best meet the council's goals. So a lot of different things happening at the same time. What I really want to highlight about, I think I've gone too far now, about December is that if we are able to have an in-person meeting, because if we receive our budget as we expect and trying to prioritize for that, we are still faced with an issue that right now, the footprint that we have planned for that meeting, which is December 1st through 9th, is not sufficient to get through the agenda that we have scheduled. And there are some specific time-sensitive issues on that agenda with specifically relating to specifications that must be taken up on a certain time frame to do our normal process to move those specifications forward. And then we are also anticipating adding final action on chum salmon bycatch analysis to that, which I know that you as a council want to do in a deliberative and a process that provides good access for the public. You've talked about that at length at your February meeting and the importance of that. And so highlighting for you that we have a crunch, those two things are difficult to achieve both of them with our current footprint. So There's lots of reasons why that is. We tried to highlight that in the memo, highlighting a few of them up here, but that's really the message that we're also trying to convey to you. Even if we get the funding that we expect, we still need to make some decisions about how to schedule December. The two solutions that we highlighted is obviously the possibility to move Chum Bycatch final action from the tentative December 2025 schedule that we talked about last February to the next council meeting, which is currently scheduled for April 2026. We could possibly look at the potential to move that April meeting earlier if dates were available, if the council was interested in looking at that possibility. And then we'd rearrange the schedule for December accordingly to maximize the council's time moving ahead with all of the priorities that you have. We could also look, if we were to keep all of those items in December, we would need to schedule some extra time. It is likely to be difficult to schedule 3 extra days at the Egan Center where we currently have a contract in place. So we would be looking to add some virtual days to the council's agenda so that you would be able to get through all of your items if you kept Chum and groundfish specifications and the other items on your agenda. Those are the only two options that we currently see as viable moving forward for December. So we're looking for your input and announcing to the public that that's the way in which we would try to address this issue.
Ms. Evans,
Yes.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, and thanks so far for this presentation. I'm thinking that there could be, and I hope everyone's not mad that I'm bringing up more speculation because I know we don't have funding yet for anything after October, but another variation might be an in-person Chum meeting in January or February, since we don't have room on the agenda for December. It seems like a more optimal variation than the ones proposed here. Is that, I don't need a long explanation, but is that a possibility we could include to think about?
So through the chair, I think we were envisioning trying, because of our budget concerns, which have become more acute, but were still present when we met last March, that we were trying to look prudently at the council's budget and thinking 4 council meetings a year is what is supportable under what we understand our budget to be going forward. So you could have a special issued Chum meeting certainly in January, February, March, assuming we can get the space for it and assuming we can find that in person in Anchorage. That is absolutely an option available to the council. But it's important to recognize the trade-offs with that might be the meeting, one of the 4 meetings. And so the proposal here was maybe thinking of that as not just a single issue meeting, but having a regular council meeting that would be brought forward. So instead of having it in April, if you wanted to have it at an earlier date, but not have it in December, we could look for space, a venue to be able to hold that meeting in January, February, March timeframe. But we have been looking at that as an alternative to holding that April meeting so that we can try from our budget perspective to keep to that amount that we believe that we can afford, which is 4 meetings a year. So yes, the answer is yes. And I'm sorry that's a little lengthier than perhaps you asked for, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that there are trade-offs as we think that through.
Through the chair, yes, I appreciate that. And it would still need to fit into the 4 meeting outlook. And then I appreciate the overall message that we don't have any money after October right now anyway, but we're still trying to plan. Thank you.
And
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Okay. So I just I know that certainly there's been a lot of conversation. There were a lot of questions when this came up at the advisory panel and others about Chum salmon, reminding you, obviously you took action on Chum in February, and you did request new analysis. At the time, I know you talked with our staff about what does that mean going forward. Our staff are working diligently on trying to get that information together. It is taking time. But our staff are working with agency staff to try to keep to the deadlines. This next slide here shows you maybe there. Shows you on the left top section, this was the timeline that was proposed to you when you took your February action, which was looking to ideally have a draft EIS published by August 15th with the idea of tentatively taking final action in December. On the right-hand side, if you were to consider final action in April, we just tried to update that timeline that you saw before. And so you'll see that for the most part, it's 4 months. Everything is moved 4 months on, with the exception that because of the holidays, the dates for when publishing the draft EIS is only a 2-month difference. So I think highlighting that primarily to show that if you were to move final action on CHUM, maybe slightly earlier, February, for example, there might be could be accommodated within the staff planning, at least, for getting that analysis to you at the appropriate time and making sure that you've had a chance to see public comment before you take final action. But just a reminder that there's lots of uncertainty about implementation timing, and this just highlights some of those uncertainties, and you talked about those at length in February. So moving on to the second issue with our December schedule, that's specific to the SSC. The SSC takes up specifications for Bering Sea and Gulf groundfish, Norton Sound and Red king crab, and Cook Inlet salmon. And our typical meeting in December is just to look at groundfish and Norton Sound and Red king crab. Adding Cook Inlet salmon, this would be the first year that the SSC would be taking that up at a December meeting, and that is not possible under their December agenda within the 3-day footprint of their meeting. The SSC can't extend their meeting beyond 3 days. And so the viable solution that we have talked about is, at least for the SSC specifically, to move Cook Inlet salmon specifications to a time frame that would still accommodate opening the fishery at the appropriate time. But that would be, again, in lieu of the April meeting. So this would be decoupling the SSC from the council, if the council stuck with your April meeting, to be able to have the SSC focus on Cook Inlet salmon at a separate meeting. And we're still looking at better long-term possibilities for marrying those cycles that we can continue to look into. But for 2025, that would be the viable solution.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Evans. And I'm sorry if you said this, but relative to the Cook Inlet salmon specifications, I understand the proposal here for the SSC taking that up in late January, early February. Would that then, I know it depends on when the council takes it up, but I thought I understood that council recommendation for harvest specifications in April was too late for the agency. So maybe I'll just ask that. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair, that is my understanding. I'll defer to Mr. Kurland if he has additional information to add. I guess this slide doesn't highlight, but the council would need a half-day virtual meeting in order to be able to review and approve the SSC's recommendations. But we would assume that would be virtual. We would not have the AP convene on that issue, similar to what we did in 2024. So yes, moving this, the SSC would require a half-day council meeting virtually on that issue.
Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Ms. Evans, I think I just note that I think given that salmon is new to us, Cook Inlet salmon specs are still new. And it seems like a continuing process of development. Sure sounds like a couple half days is not going to be adequate for those. I do think we need to think a bit more realistically about, there's a fair amount of controversy engaged with them. We don't do salmon really well. And for the SSC members, they have to do a lot of advanced prep on this one because it's not ground fish. It takes a lot more getting up to speed for them. So I just worry that to some extent, we're still underestimating the amount of real time and real resources something like Cook Inlet salmon takes.
Through the chair, yes, we're basing our information on the time it took to agenda time, public time it took to get through these agenda items last year in 2024, which was approximately 7, 8 hours at the SSC and 4 hours at the council. But you definitely highlight a good point that there's a lot of prep work that goes into preparing for these agenda items as well. And if you wanted to do something that was maybe addressing issues that you weren't able to get to last year, that would take additional time.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
I think that's all we have to highlight. We did try to put forward for you a 3-meeting outlook, but recognizing that there's some unrealistic components of the December meeting that we need to address. So hopefully coming out of this meeting, we might have a little bit better information. You can see that the 3-meeting outlet highlights throughout that we are uncertain about our funding. Therefore, whether we have virtual meetings or in-person meetings, what it doesn't highlight, but you have certainly talked about here, is that unless we receive more of our budget than we have currently in hand, we will not be able to hold meetings at all. So we are dependent on receiving those installments of our approved 2025 budget before we can have these future meetings. And you can see on the April schedule the types of issues that we haven't talked about today, but what our anticipation is. It also reflects, I think, some of the actions that the council took this meeting with respect to the C3 agenda item and other agenda items where you tasked additional work going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Any final questions? Thank you for putting this together. Mr. Witherell, do you have anything else at this point? Okay, just want to provide a brief opportunity for council members to flag anything that they are intending to address after public testimony. I think based on the conversation that we just had, there's obviously, I know, a lot of interest in scheduling, upcoming scheduling, a lot of uncertainty regarding our funding first and foremost. I think even uncertainty about, if our intent is to have a virtual October meeting, uncertainty whether or not that can happen until we get this next tranche of funding. And I don't anticipate that we're going to be able to make any firm decisions on how to address our December meeting until that happens. So if members of the public were expecting that, I don't anticipate that being the case until either the end of this month or whenever we hear about our next grant. Anything else that council members would like to flag as far as what they'd like to address? We have some follow-up on the executive order, discussion from B reports, and our scheduling largely. Okay, with that, we'll take a quick couple minutes, stand down, come back at. Yeah, we already took our AP report up. We'll take a quick 3-minute stand down, come back at 9:20 and begin public testimony on staff tasking. Thank you. So please sign up if you're interested in testifying. Council members, please come back to order. So that brings us to public testimony on staff tasking. We're going to pull up the list here. It looks like we
Madam
have
Chair, can you hear me?
21 people signed up. Yes. We'll begin with Alexis Kwachka. As a reminder, the public, individuals and companies have 3 minutes. Organizations and associations will have 6 minutes. Mr. Kwachka and then Serena Alstrom.
Madam Chair, members of the council, if you'll indulge me for just a second, Madam Chairman. That was one of the most discouraging, somber conversations around the table I've heard in my time at the council process. With the considerable lobbying community we have involved in this process, everybody should call their representatives and get on the bandwagon, because the council process, whether you love it or hate it, is probably the best return for investment the federal government can make. With that said, if I poke anybody in the eye, I apologize. These are my perspectives and the public's perspectives. I think what I missed in my pelagic trawl was a declaration of a trip before you start, whether it's pelagic or semi-pelagic trawl. Public perception is that, you know, pelagic's pelagic, and I really think that this is not so much an actionable item with you, but a housekeeping regulatory decision that can be done probably in-house without much deliberative process. I think that before you begin a pelagic trip, you should declare it's that or a non-pelagic trip. You know, I understand that fish are on the bottom in the water column, but the, you know, it'd clean up the observer program by declaring that. These are just public perceptions and FYI for the council more than anything. King salmon, I mean, it's the commodity that we're all talking about. And on the east side of, west side of Kodiak Island, king salmon it's close to keeping them. It's shutting down salmon fisheries, Cook Inlet the same. And there's growing frustration of bycatch of kings in the trawl industry. I think that the public's saying, hey, how come these guys are catching basically more than our entire statewide escapement, whether they are or not, and whether they're wild fish or hatchery fish is really kind of a moot point for most of the people that are looking this from the outside in. So I think that the council needs to kind of figure out how to disseminate that information for the public to understand more clearly. And that's probably on the public, but it's also on this process to kind of educate people on what's going on with king salmon and why one group's not being affected from their perception and the other groups are being restricted and shut down. And it is a commodity. With that being said, kings and chums to Western Alaska are a commodity, and listening to time and budget constraints and everything else, I can't encourage you guys enough that this must be a fully attended public process on chums for Western Alaska people. They are not getting their food source. And you think about the council process, we've got 50 years at this, and we're talking about people's livelihoods that go on to a timeline that we can't even understand. So whatever needs to be moved around to keep the chum salmon issue moving forward and kings on the Yukon issue moving forward, please elevate that and realize that people need to come tell you their stories. I really appreciate your time, and I'm very, very concerned, and I will make phone calls to my representatives saying we need to get our act together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Kwachka. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. Our next testifier is Serena Alstrom, followed by McToyak Johnson.
Good morning. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, council members. I'm Serena Alstrom, and my Yupik name is Juchitja, and I'm the Executive Director of the Yukon River Drainage Fisheries Association. URDFA represents over 50 communities along the Yukon River, as well as the 14 First Nations of the Yukon Territory of Canada. I'd like to give you an update on the assessment numbers from the pilot station sonar located on the Yukon River as of June 8th. The cumulative count for Chinook salmon is at 499, with the average cumulative counts of 5,781. From this run, we are down 92% of our returning Chinook stock. The cumulative count for chum salmon at the pilot station sonar is 727, with a medium cumulative count of 4,453. Our chum run is down 83.67% from the median. I pulled these numbers yesterday from the ADFNG website. I'd like to invite the council members to our in-season teleconferences that are happening this summer. It's a call that anyone can join. It's for the next 10 weeks, and it starts actually today with our first call at 1 p.m. And I know you guys are busy. So it's just a very good platform to get informed about the Yukon River activity, listen to people along the Yukon River about what is going on in their communities. And I could go ahead and email that information, and you can also find it on our website at yukonsalmon.org. As you're aware and have heard for many years, the people living along the Yukon River face a crisis concerning our salmon populations. I must emphasize that our communities maintain a traditional lifestyle deeply interwoven with our methods of gathering our local food. Given the high cost of living, harvesting from the land and waters is essential to alleviate the expense of purchasing food from local stores. Regrettably, for the past 5 years, residents along the Yukon River have been unable to fish for salmon. For how much longer must we suffer from this inability to catch the salmon we so heavily rely upon? Our people have consistently engaged in numerous meetings with you, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, the Alaska Board of Fisheries, the Federal Subsistence Board, and various other forums, hoping that our voices might affect change within a system that appears to prioritize only financial considerations. At the October 2021 meeting, I previously provided testimony stating, "We are not here to push our issues onto you. We are here to ask for your help. This is the issue of all fishermen in river and in the ocean. How many more years will it take for you, the council, to realize we are all connected? Our ecosystem is in a fragile state, and the oceans you fish in should be at your utmost priority. Apply a lower cap on Chinook and implement a cap on chum. The repercussions of the council's actions on bycatch are felt throughout the North Pacific by the failing ecosystem we are experiencing. We must remove ourselves from the management silos that were created, thinking one has nothing to do with the other, and come to understand that difficult decisions must be made in order to sustain this valuable resource, our salmon." It has been 4 years since I gave that testimony. Again, how much longer must we suffer from this inability to catch the salmon we so heavily rely upon? The people from the Yukon River are doing their part to ensure the salmon are making it to their spawning grounds. It is time to do your part. For the council, YURTFA requests that the chum salmon final action be prioritized for the December 2025 in-person meeting in Anchorage at the Egan Convention Center as planned. Postponing to April 2026 would further delay implementation into or beyond 2028. Impeding and delays can lead to missed opportunities and potential setbacks. Nowhere in this urgency more evident than in the Yukon River region. The residents of this unique and vital ecosystem are facing a multitude of pressing challenges, from environmental shifts to socioeconomic pressures. They require immediate attention and support to address these issues effectively. Every moment squandered in bureaucratic procedures or prolonged decision-making processes is time lost in securing the well-being of the community and preserving the delicate balance of the region's natural resources. The people who call the Yukon River region home simply cannot afford the luxury of postponement. Their livelihoods, their traditions, and their very future hinge upon timely and effective interventions. The clock is ticking, and decisive actions is not just desirable, it is an absolute necessity. Goyan, for your time, and I'll take any questions.
Yes, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Alstrom. And are there any questions? Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Alstrom, for your testimony. And I'm not sure if you were able to listen to the presentation from Ms. Evans that the council and public received prior to starting public testimony. So at the risk of not knowing the answer to that, I will ask you, if you did hear that presentation, the council may be able to consider, if we're not able to have an in-person December meeting where we could schedule the chum salmon bycatch action, we may have an option not to move it to the April meeting, but consider earlier times, perhaps in January or February. If December is not possible, Ms. Alstrom, is January or February better than April from your perspective?
I believe sticking in December would benefit the people mostly on the Yukon River. In January, we do have a lot of Russian Orthodox people who have their Christmas the first part of January. The other thing too is at the end of January is our Yukon River panel meeting, where we have delegates from the US and Canada come together to discuss the previous season. So January is pretty busy, and December, I think, is a much better date for everyone, mostly the people living on the Yukon River.
Thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
McToyak Johnson is next, followed by Jasmine Vent.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Okay. Wanga Muktoyak, I'm a tribal member of the Nome Eskimo community, and I am here today to urge the council to keep final action on the chum salmon bycatch EIS in person in December 2025 in Anchorage and not delay it to 2026. Our people have waited too long. Every year of delay means another year without salmon on our drying racks, another year of hunger, and another year of broken promises. And this is not a new story. In 1965, my grandmother, Daisy Jack of Sandspit, outside of Nome, was featured in the Congressional Record. She said, not much work in winter, and described how her family depended on summer salmon runs to survive. Even then, fish were becoming scarce. She said they had to buy from the store now, and that our traditional way of life was slipping away. That was 60 years ago. Today, things are worse. Salmon runs across Western Alaska have collapsed. Communities that once relied on these fish now face emergency closures and food insecurity, while bycatch in industrial trawl fisheries continues largely unchecked, as I mentioned in my testimony about pelagic trawl. What my grandmother feared has nearly come true, and yet here we are being asked to wait again. We understand that December's schedule is packed, but the council has options if there is a will to act. In your deliberation, Mr. Witherall shared the council is facing serious budget uncertainty. That makes it even riskier to delay critical decisions. If funds run out and meetings are canceled or moved online, we could lose the opportunity for meaningful in-person action altogether. Here are some recommendations. Keep final action on chum salmon bycatch in the December 1st through 9th council meetings in Anchorage. This is most urgent and impactful agenda item. It demands attention, transparency, and public testimony. Hold a second virtual council meeting December 15th through the 19th to address the other agenda items. Move the SSC to a special meeting in February of 2026 to alleviate some of the pressure, and possibly have the advisory panel convene to a virtual meeting in advance of the schedule altogether in December. And I know I have a few seconds left. So let me be clear, this is not just a scheduling issue, it's a justice issue. This delay was proposed with no consultation with tribes, no notice to co-management partners, not even the state, and only hours for public comment. That's not meaningful engagement, that's exclusion. As my grandmother once said, we used to dry fish in the summer to survive the winter. Now we're being asked to survive off delayed decisions and future promises. That is not enough. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Maktoik, for your testimony. I'm curious, I heard you say the priorities on in-person in December for CHUM, but if due to budgets, the option is virtual December, would you prefer CHUM be moved into early 2026 if that could be in person?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen. So if due to budget constraints, and we all know there are many uncertainties given the political climate that we are all facing, if the opportunity for a virtual December CHUM bycatch EIS agenda were to be held, the preference is to remain whether in person or virtual for December 2025. As I mentioned in my testimony, we've already waited. We've continued to wait. There are way too many uncertainties, and staff had just presented that, you know, the 46% of annual funding is received, is being allocated for. We are not for sure, you know, that the council will have funding for October and December, but hypothetically speaking, if the funding does come through and the only option is to hold October and December virtually, keep CHUM bycatch for December. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing any other questions. So we'll go to Jasmine Vent, followed by Therese Vicente. Jasmine's not online. Okay. I'll try to circle back to her. Therese Vicente, followed by Jackie Boyer.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, thanks. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Therese Vicente. I am the Policy and Programs Director for the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission, representing the Fish Commission in this testimony. And I just want to speak, like the previous testifiers, to the CHUM bycatch final action scheduling. And first, I want to extend gratitude to the council and agency staff working on the updated analysis for CHUM salmon bycatch. Certainly not a light lift, and we thank them for their efforts and the time they're dedicating to improving the analysis for final action. As you know, and as the previous testifiers just spoke to, the CHUM salmon bycatch issue is critical for tribal and traditional fishers in Western and interior Alaska, including in the Kuskokwim, most of whom are facing yet another year of restrictions or complete closures to subsistence and commercial CHUM salmon fisheries. And as this council's meeting, as we're speaking, our Intertribal Fish Commission in-season managers are preparing to meet tomorrow with our co-management partners at U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to continue the deliberations on subsistence salmon opportunities and monitor and assess our salmon runs. Meanwhile, subsistence fishing is closed throughout the Kuskokwim drainage, and the pollock trawl fishery is preparing for their bee season fishery when we expect CHUM salmon bycatch numbers to uptick. Federal funding uncertainties are also present for our tribes now more than ever, so we do empathize with the uncertainty the council is facing. But because of these, the critical need to put measures in place to protect CHUM salmon while migrating in the Bering Sea and the uncertainty of the council's funding situation, we urge the council to not delay scheduling the chum salmon bycatch issue. We also urge the council to hold the chum salmon bycatch issue at an in-person meeting. As you know, internet access from our rural, western, and interior Alaska communities is challenging, as can the access of virtual meetings by our elders whom you need to hear from on this issue. And for this action to be taken up deliberatively and through a full public process, as just noted in staff tasking presentations, this agenda item will need to be taken up in person. The Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission supports including chum salmon bycatch final action in the December 2025 agenda as scheduled, and to hold this meeting in person in Anchorage. If the agenda item cannot be held in person in December, or if the December meeting is moved virtually, we ask that this issue be held at the next available in-person meeting. So we do hesitate to ask this because moving the meeting further out increases the risk of funding uncertainty, which may move that meeting virtual. Ultimately, we do not want to delay this action, so we really urge the council to take it up in December and in person should the funding come through. And just as you consider all these trade-offs, I did want to put on the record some of the dates in January, February, and March for meetings that many tribal citizens in our region will be attending, or would conflict with the council meeting if it is moved. As Serena Sitka mentioned, Slavic Russian Orthodox Christmas is January 7th, 2026. At the end of January is the Yukon River Panel. The South Alaska Peninsula, or Area M Finfish Board of Fish meeting, is scheduled for February 18th to 24th in Anchorage. There's several Regional Advisory Council, or RAC meetings on the docket for their winter 2026 schedule. February 24th and 25th is the Western Interior Regional Advisory Council. March 3rd through 4th is the Eastern Interior Regional Advisory Council. March 17th to 19th is the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta Regional Advisory Council. And March 24th and 25th is both the Seward Peninsula Regional Advisory Council and the Northwest Arctic Regional Advisory Council. And excuse me, I forgot, the Bristol Bay Regional Advisory Council is February 17th and 18th. We do also know our partners at Tanana Chiefs Conference hold their annual convention in mid-March, and our Fish Commission annual meeting is scheduled for March 31st to April 1st. So just as you're weighing all these out, really do ask you to consider these scheduling conflicts to make sure that this action item would get the most attendance by tribal citizens in the Western and Interior Alaska region who hope to participate and testify before you, so you have the most information at your fingertips, making the best decision you can. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Witherell.
Ms. Vincente, thank you very much for alerting us to the schedule, and I'd really appreciate it if you emailed us that list. I couldn't write fast enough, but my question is, if we were able to, and we needed to schedule a in-person meeting in February or even March, is the preference to avoid all of these meetings or to overlap perhaps one of these meetings?
Thanks for the question. Through the chair, well, first, Mr. Witherell, I will definitely email you those dates. I'll do it right after this. Overlapping meetings is quite difficult for tribal citizens who want to attend both. We saw that at actually the last February 2025 special meeting for chum bycatch, when there's a federal subsistence board meeting occurring at the same time. Going back to back with meetings can be okay if they're held in the same community. We've seen Anchorage is a fair enough meeting space, though we do continue to invite the council to meet in one of our rural Alaskan fishing communities. So I would say it's probably best to not overlap, but to go, back to back would be okay, if that is helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So our next testifier is Jackie Boyer, followed by Craig Lowenberg. And there will be no questions after this testimony.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Jackie Boyer, and I'm with the Ocean Justice Program housed at Salmon State. Thank you for hearing testimony today. I've submitted written comments on our concerns with postponing the December final action, and we reiterate that request and those concerns and echo the previous speakers. I know you all are balancing quite a bit with funding uncertainty, staff capacity, and a packed agenda, but we encourage you to move all items except CHUM to a virtual meeting or shift whatever is needed to keep final action, and to really prioritize and hear the voices of Alaskans and those most impacted by this process and potential postponement. Just like the funding and timing concerns iterated for this council, potential postponement could have similar effects on the CHUM EIS and would negate all the years of work tribes, communities, and stakeholders have invested. We all know how long this process takes, and communities are long overdue for implementation of a cap. From previous council meetings on CHUM, I've appreciated this management body listening to the hours of testimony and heart-wrenching stories, adding in more depth than just numbers and percentages and presentations. However, action is needed. On its face, not having a CHUM bycatch cap is really heartbreaking and unacceptable, and should have been implemented long ago before closures and empty smokehouses. And you'll have the opportunity to continue the process and take action that will make a difference. We ask that you please honor the timeline outlined before and to not delay action. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next up is Craig Lowenberg, followed by Wes Jones and Simon Kineen.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here today on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op. It's a trade group that represents stakeholders in the BSAI over 60 peacod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm here today to follow up on agenda item D3, BSAI peacod pot lap. It's unfortunate but understandable that this item had to be dropped from the council's agenda at this meeting. The AP did, of course, review the agenda item and take action. I know several of you were able to listen in on those discussions. The details are obviously and results of those discussions are posted on the e-agenda. To summarize, the AP recognized the budgetary challenges and policy uncertainty the council is currently facing and encouraged the council to continue to prioritize the development of a lap for the sector. The AP motion passed unanimously, and the majority of the combined written and oral testimony was in favor of moving forward. The Bering Sea Pot Cod Co-op does support the AP motion. We heard loud and clear this morning about the funding and scheduling issues the council's facing, and I see on the in-meeting 3 meeting outlook, this item's tentatively scheduled for this October. We look forward to continuing the conversation then or at the next earliest opportunity. Madam Chair, that's all I have for you this morning. Thank you for holding the meeting in Oregon, and I hope you all had a chance to get out and enjoy the Oregon coast a bit. Safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. So Wes Jones and Simon Kineen, followed by Heather Mann.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. I'm Simon Kineen, Vice President and Chief Business Officer with NSCDC. I'm a longtime listener, first-time caller.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Wes Jones, Norton Sound Economic Development's Quota Manager. Can you hear me?
Yes, we've got you both.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again. We are here today to testify on behalf of Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation, one of the 6 CDQ groups representing the 15 member communities in the Norton Sound and Bering Strait region. Our testimony today is focused on participation in the Norton Sound Red King crab fishery, which is jointly managed by the council and the state of Alaska. This fishery opened in the late 70s, but has been under the current management system since 2000. The fishery is managed under an LLP program with 62 LLPs issued and listed in the CFEC database. And although you're required to have an LLP if your vessel is greater than 32 feet, vessels 32 feet or less are not required to possess one. To qualify for the LLP during the qualifying years, a fisherman need only to deliver a single crab. And a brief look at the list of current LLPs shows that numerous instances of individual vessels being used to create multiple LLPs. This fishery is fully utilized and has been for years. The GHL is taken annually with record harvest rates coming in the last season between high CPUE and precipitation. After one time through their gear in 2024, fishermen nearly faced a closure announcement from Fish and Game that would have gone into effect if NSCDC, as the primary buyer, had not instituted trip limits and paced deliveries to slow the fishery down, which undoubtedly would have resulted in missing the GHL substantially, whether well above or below. This council has been hearing testimony from Norton Sound Red King crab fishermen over the last couple of cycles about the need for changes to this management due to overcapitalization. About 15 years ago, there was a similar push at the council that did not result in any action, but the circumstances driving the sentiment at this time are quite similar.
Thank you, Wes. Madam Chair, NSCDC is requesting the council develop a recency action to eliminate latent permits in the Norton Sound Red King crab fishery. Upon review, you'll find that many of the permits issued in 2000 have no recent participation, with a significant number having never been utilized in the 25 years since they were issued. With the fishery fully utilized and coming off of a record pace last year with the GHL far higher than average and now heading into a period of lower harvest due to poor recruitment, we think it's time to recognize and address the issue of overcapitalization through a simple recency action. Should the council be willing to take up the issue for analysis, we would recommend using a range of years to consider for defining recent participation in historical dependence, including 10, 15, and 20 years, in addition to the most basic threshold of whether the permit has ever been fished since issuance. We also recognize that the council and agency resources are very limited, and that it may be preferred to start the process with a discussion paper and basic historical elements of the fishery that we feel would clearly demonstrate the need for such an action. We would also be supportive of this route should it better suit the council's circumstances. Finally, given that the council's been discussing this matter for the last 2 meeting cycles, we think it's important to signal to the public and stakeholders that the council recognizes that these discussions have and has had the potential to spur speculative behavior that is counter to your intentions in addressing the matter. Whether that comes in the form of a control date or simply a clear statement of the intent to fully consider the matter as the action matures, we think it's critical to signal this intent to truly recognize dependency and not reward those looking to secure history through adding fishing effort when the council is attempting to address overcapitalization. Thank you for your time and consideration of this request, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Jones, Mr. Canine. Can you give me a flavor of, I believe you stated 62 LLPs currently. Give me a flavor of how many of those might be latent, percentage or number, if you've got that.
Madam Chair, Mr. Moeller, I'll start first. I don't have that answer for you. I would say that roughly Of the 62, there are 62 permits on an annual basis. We see around 30 in the mid 30s in terms of participants. So I would say probably less than half are latent. And I would note that a portion of those vessels that are fishing on an annual basis qualify under the 32-foot or less exemption. But I apologize, I don't have those numbers offhand. Wes may have those.
I don't either have the numbers, but I would back up Mr. Kineen's statement that it's likely in the neighborhood he stated. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions. Nice work on your first testimony, Mr. Kineen.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Heather Mann, followed by Steve Miner.
Good morning, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the Executive Director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. I'm also a board member for Seafood Harvesters of America. And for folks that don't know Seafood Harvesters, it's a nationwide organization that represents harvesters. And then recently we expanded our membership to include processors. And there are several folks in the room whose organizations are members. And in addition to that, some of the other board members from this region are Matt Allward, Hannah Heimbuck, Patty O'Donnell, and Paul DeRemus, in addition to myself. Wanted to bring to your attention, and I attached it to my sign up, is a letter that Seafood Harvesters recently submitted to both the House and Senate subcommittees on appropriations. And it is around the importance of funding. And I think this is particularly timing considering the discussion that you just had. I won't read the letter, but I will just read a couple of highlights from the letter. We reference the executive order on seafood competitiveness, but we're clear that to achieve these goals requires the, quote, foundation of a streamlined and fully functioning NOAA and National Marine Fishery Service with full funding for core agency programs. And those include robust fish surveys and stock assessments, efficient and transparent fishery management council processes, observer programs and EM systems, timely regulatory processing and permitting, and then sufficient staffing levels across regional and headquarter offices to complete all those tasks. In addition, we do also stress the importance of the U.S. Coast Guard for our operations, as well as, safety at sea. And finally, we do bring attention to the USDA recognizing seafood as a critical component of the food production system. And we had over 650 signatures of seafood businesses from around the country. We continue to work on this issue and have a very focused outreach campaign through Seafood Harvesters that we will be acting on throughout the 2026 appropriation cycle. So wanted to share that with folks. And if people have questions about that letter, I'm happy to answer them. It's the first in several outreaches, both in person and in writing, as part of our strategic plan to secure this funding in 2026. And then finally, again, I wanted to thank the council for meeting here in Newport. As you know, historically, the council meets in Oregon once every 3 years or once every 15 meetings. We, however, have not met in Oregon since 2019, right at the start of the pandemic. So just want to thank the council for coming here. There are, as you know, a number of Bering Sea crabbers, trawl vessels, and longline boats that are home ported here that are dependent on and fish in Alaska. And it was a real pleasure to host you here this week. I worked hard to get the weather as nice as possible, and now I owe several favors. But it's been fantastic having you here. So I really want to thank everybody for that. And I'm happy to answer questions about anything in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann. I'll see if there are any questions. Ms. Kimball, then Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. And my questions on the Seafood Harvesters of America letter, which I appreciate and think it mirrors a lot of what this council has said. And your focus is really on having a fully functioning NOAA and National Marine Fisheries Service, which I think also means the Alaska Fisheries Science Center. Did your board, or in discussions of drafting this letter, discuss the need to support direct funding for regional councils, or did that not come up? Because I think it's becoming more and more apparent. We can support NOAA and National Marine Fisheries Service, but if councils don't receive their portion of the grant, then all of the decision-making and regulation portion of our work will go right to headquarters in NOAA, and we will just have that level of top-down approach. So I didn't know if that came up. It certainly hasn't really come up in our discussions as of yet until today. But I want to know what your board has discussed, if you're able to share.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, absolutely. We have taken that message in our one-on-one meetings back to DC. Our first trip was last month, and in congressional offices, and actually in meeting with the new AA Henio, we had deep conversations about the need for funding for the councils, and that decision-making in the regions is critical because it's that transparent, stakeholder-driven process that works in a way that a top-down approach from DC never could. The new AA, as many of you may know, was on the Caribbean Council for many years, comes from a multi-generational fishing family, understands science and the council process and the importance of those. And so that, of course, resonated well with him. The other point I think that really resonates with legislators as well as the agency is understanding that status quo is no longer. And what does it look like to come through the other side of this and sort of assess where we're at with significant losses of agency staff at this point, and what does a resilient, strong agency look like that is achieving these core functions, and how do we get there? And of course, the council process is one of those core functions that help inform the agency. And so I think that's been really important, and it's resonated with folks that understanding that we're not going back to status quo and we're not asking for that, but we are saying it's critical to have councils. It's critical to have these core functions. It's critical to have weather forecasts that are accurate so that there's safety. So all of those things are critical. And yes, the direct funding to the councils is critical. We're currently working on actually attaching dollar amounts to these things, and that's a little bit more difficult. But that includes talking with executive directors at the councils around the country, talking with the science centers and the agencies. We're just beginning those discussions, but that will also be something that's critical for harvesters to be able to help pull this across the finish line. We're going to need more in-depth information on exactly what that funding looks like for each of those pools. Hope that helps.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mann. Certainly appreciate you providing that, all the work you put into drafting and getting signatories on the letter and then providing it to us. Two questions that maybe just dive a little deeper into parts of your answer to Ms. Kimball's question. One that I think you were touching on right at the end is, are you getting the information that you need, particularly from the councils, to make to sort of further elaborate on those points that you were talking about?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, as I had indicated, we're really just starting that process. But because Seafood Harvesters has members in every region of the country, there are ways to connect with both the agencies, the councils, and the science centers. And so we're beginning those talks now. And so I think, that's basically saying, Dave, you're going to get a call from me. But understanding what that looks like. And so far in informal conversations with folks, they have said, we're ready to work with you. So I guess that I would say yes, to the point that we're starting. I haven't seen any pushback to providing information and thinking about it. I would say in New England, it's just a little bit trickier than in other places. There seems to be the impression with some folks in the fishing industry that if NOAA and NIMS were to fail, that they sort of can do whatever they want, I guess, for lack of a better way of saying it. And so we're trying to, and since I'm from New England, I can say they're difficult. So we're trying to convince them, that it's really not going to be the way they think it might be. And we really need to all be pulling in the same direction. And don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people in New England that are signed onto this letter and pulling in the same direction, but there is sort of a pocket there. But yes, I would say yes. And then if we're not able to get what we need, we know the people that can make the calls that can get it, I hope.
Thank you. Second question is, well, first, I appreciate that you are actually, even with your New England background, still able to make full use of the letter R. But secondly, there's sort of two kinds of damage that's happening to our abilities and the agency's abilities to work towards a lot of the priorities that we've already set, the priorities that this administration wants us to look at as well. One is the money itself that we've been talking about. And there's been already a great deal of damage to the agency through loss of positions. But the other is just the delays and the uncertainties that are being caused by what Mr. Witherell described about our financial situation. Where so far we haven't had to make any irreversible decisions, but we've had to spend a lot of our energy and time coping with that delay, that uncertainty. And it also erodes morale as well, as we well know. And so I didn't see that in the seafood harvesters letter. I'm wondering if that's an issue that concerns the seafood harvesters as well. And if so, their thoughts on how you communicate that.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thanks for that question. It's certainly a large concern. Just a quick anecdote of like on Easter, I was at a barbecue with a lot of folks that work for NOAA on the West Coast region in Newport, and one lady that runs the whiting survey said, my credit card has a $1 limit. I can't get the supplies I need to be able to start the whiting survey at England Marine. And I said, well, I'll see if I can get England Marine to create an account for you, potentially MTCs, the collateral, and we'll make it happen. And she said to me, I could make so much money somewhere else, but I love this job and I love the work that I do. And I want to keep this job. And that really resonated with me. And I took both those stories to DC in talking with legislators, because this should not be a partisan issue. Unfortunately, right now, most things are a partisan issue. And so trying to get folks, regardless of which party they're in, to take a look at the other side and figure out ways to come together because of these types of situations. We're food producers, and we can't do that without the council process, without the agency. We need that. And the letter doesn't contain anything about morale, but we certainly talk about that one-on-one in offices and recognize that is an issue. What we've tried to do and what we will continue to do with, strategic guidance from our partners is to really focus and hone in on the message for funding and try to stick to those core points. Because if we're not doing that, then potentially groups are undermining each other, they're duplicating efforts, and they're duplicating very limited resources. And we definitely don't want to undermine each other. And so trying to have that one voice around the country when we're putting things in writing that are very direct bullet points about what we need and then about the funding. But certainly when you're meeting one-on-one with folks, it's all about the human component of that, whether it's someone who works at the agency, whether it's someone who works on a survey vessel, or whether it's somebody, that works on the back deck of a boat. Understanding the impacts of these things at the same time that we are welcoming the seafood competitiveness EO, the timing, and I think you'll hear more in public comment about the EO, but it really gives us a way to say we need these things in order to meet your EO on competitiveness and bring U.S. seafood to where it can be. We need to have these things. So it's a little bit of a long answer, but yes, we do discuss that.
Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't actually have a question. I just wanted to comment here. Ms. Mann, thank you for providing testimony. I acknowledge that we don't always agree. We haven't always agreed on things, but I look at this letter. I'm a charter fisherman and from Homer, Alaska, and we're not a part of Seafood Harvesters of America, but I just wanted to comment that really appreciate the advocacy and leadership that you're bringing here for American fishermen, and I hope that it can serve as an example for stakeholders in my own sector. So thank you.
I just have a quick response to that, Madam Chair, if it's okay. Thank you, Brian, for those words. I really appreciate it. I will say that everybody signed on to this letter is not a member. That's how important it is. We wanted as many people to sign and be speaking with the same voice as possible. And there actually are recreational groups signed on here. The next round will probably expand to include more. And so I'll be in touch with you then. We are accepting members if people are interested in joining Seafood Harvesters, of course. But we're trying to pull everybody in the same direction, whether they're part of our membership or not. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So Steve Miner is next, followed by Richard D'Amata.
Good morning, Steve Miner here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Steve Miner on behalf of the ADAC Community Development Corporation, speaking to you today regarding the Council's response to Executive Order 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness. About a year ago, my partners and I decided to take on the task of attempting to restore a seafood-based economy on ADAC Island. After evaluating current resources, previous processing operations, the changing marine ecosystem, and global marketplaces, the first thing we did is to tear up ADAC's old playbook, which envisioned a small boat fleet supporting a high-volume industrial-scale processing operation on ADAC. We are about a year into that effort and in discussions with several entities. Based on those discussions and the pro forma work undertaken by those entities, to date, we asked the Council to include elements of Section 6.7 and 6.8 of the discussion paper in their response to the executive order. 6.7 identifies a provision that the Council has previously developed to create opportunities for harvesters and processors in the AI. Unfortunately, in spite of those actions, an AI shore plant has not been operational since 2019. The Council's previous actions were designed to support the previous ADAC model. Let's call it the Junior Dutch Harbor model, and that model is simply broken. Quoting from your discussion paper, therefore, the Council may want to consider increasing flexibility for AI communities and vessels operating in the AI to improve utilization under a broad range of conditions. The discussion paper goes on to suggest a few alternatives. Unfortunately, several of the alternatives in the discussion paper are designed to address what NIMS should do if there is no Western AI plant, rather than create a foundation for a successful operator. Nonetheless, we support the following. From the discussion paper, consider allowing additional flexibility to promote development of processing capacity, such as reducing restrictions on the use of SFPs or at-sea processors in the AI. In our opinion, this is a good alternative, and we would like to refine it by adding that several years ago, the Council approved a program that grants Gulf of Alaska CQE communities the ability to apply for a CQE-based floating processor permit. Although not a perfect model for the AI, a similar CQE-based approach could be useful for restoring processing capacity in ADAC. Another point in the discussion paper is to remove or increase use caps specific to AI communities. Here's a real-time, real-world example. ACDC currently holds about 7% of the Western Aleutian Islands sablefish IFQ, but the vessel use caps in this remote fishery require ACDC to employ more than 8 vessels to harvest this allocation. This is a distant water, expensive fishery to participate in, and a relaxation or elimination of the sablefish vessel use caps would quickly get that fishery back online. Switching then to section 6.8, which calls for the removal of the stationary floating processor single geographic restriction. This action would support our comments regarding the use of a CQE floating processor processing provision. Again, from the discussion paper, the regulation at 50 CFR Part 679 limiting SFPs to a single geographic location per fishing year in the Gulf was originally adopted to prevent processors from chasing the fleet. Again, from the discussion paper. However, fisheries infrastructure in Alaska has changed. Shore-based processors in some communities no longer operate. They operate at reduced levels or have unpredictable resource availability. Relaxing the single geographic location restriction could improve access for vessels, create new competition for landings, and increase the likelihood that full harvest allocations are realized. Finally, I'd like to note that the EO talks about increasing production of domestically produced seafood. Obviously, in the Western Aleutian Islands, we have the opposite situation right now, where we have millions of pounds of stranded fish every year due to the lack of a processor. We hope that as the council moves forward and responds to the EO, they take our comments into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Minor. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
So our next testifier is Richard Yamada, followed by Craig Evans.
Usually I'm not on this side of the mic. Anyway, good morning, council members. Nice to see a lot of familiar faces. It's been a long time since I've been here at the council meetings, but I'm here today to do a couple of things. One is bring awareness to the council about a underutilized species that is in Alaska waters, which is Barrett-toothed magister squid. I've been working on this for about 8 years now. So each of you must have this short handout, and it's just a summary of some of the documents that are on the website that got uploaded this morning. But there used to be a very robust squid fishery in Alaska waters prior to the EEZ. And since then, there's never been a squid fishery developed. I got interested in this about 8 years ago when I found out that there's a decline in king salmon in Southeast Alaska. And I met with some biologists that hypothesized that somebody was intercepting our king salmon on their journey out to sea. So since then, I've been able to gather some resources, to kind of study that. So we had some eDNA research done by Lock Bay Lab, and sure enough, these squid are eating herring, cod, and salmonoids on their way out. These salmon only live for about a year, and they grew up to 5 pounds, so they're eating a lot of protein. So I went I did get a SK grant to explore the marketing capability of the species. Came back with very favorable results, and letters are in the documents here. But I also found out the demand way outstripped the ability for a small vessel fleet to fill. And so that's why I'm here today, to look at the potential of having a larger vessel fleet harvest squid. This might be, large commercial jigging vessels like they do in Japan, or like they do in the East Coast and the West Coast, a limited directed trawl fishery. Both the trawl fisheries in the United States are for ELEX or market squid, and they just recently got MSC certified, so they can trawl fish, sustainably. And I'd like to see if maybe Alaska might be interested in doing some kind of research in this area so we can get the volumes that Japan wants. In Japan, only 20% of the squid goes to sushi and restaurants. 80% goes to snack food. And that's where the volume is. And they don't care about the quality of the squid. They just want the protein. And I sent samples to these buyers, and they are very interested in this magic squid and that we have in Alaska. I can talk for hours, but I'm going to ask. I'll end here, and if you open the floor to questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Yamada, for your testimony. Just wondering, is your plan here to eventually submit a proposal for an EFP, or I'm just wondering what your route forward is. This is an interesting subject.
Yeah, so one was to bring recognition. Two is to see if there's interest in developing a discussion paper to develop the roadmap to an EFP, an eventual adoption into opening up a new fishery. And so if, it's very confusing because not too many new fisheries have been opened before. So it's a little confusing as to the jurisdiction here. I presented this to the Alaska Board of Fish. Very interested. I got permits to do experimental fishing and jigging. But the magnitude of this new fishery is, something that's we may have to bring foreign vessels into U.S. waters to do a test fishery because we don't have jigging vessels. So so two things. One thing, if you had the interest in developing a discussion paper and helping me develop a roadmap on how to get an EFP done, so we can start looking for grant money, research money to study this underutilized and data poor species.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miata, for your testimony. Just a quick question. In general, from your experience, are your squid populations consistent enough, or are they very variable? Down here off our coast, we've had very large ups and downs that have created some challenges to consistently fishing. Do you have any experience along those lines up in your area?
To the chair, Mr. Williams. Not enough research has really been done for that, but the 8 years I've fished in Southeast have been pretty steady. I think because of the ocean conditions, all the squid are moving north. And if anything, they're concentrating in Alaska waters. They're moving up. We even have market squid showing up that never used to be in Southeast Alaska. And all the squid that were used to be in Japan waters have moved into China and Russia waters. And so Japan is importing almost 90% of their squid from Russia, which that door is closing. So they're really looking at the United States as being a source for their squid now and not Russia.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Yamada.
Yeah.
You mentioned the prospect of bringing in foreign vessels. So I just want to ask if you're aware that foreign vessels can't fish in U.S. waters unless it's a scientific research activity, and if you're not aware of those details, just to offer that we could probably give you a little bit of advice on how to navigate that.
Thank you to the chair, Mr. Kirkland. Yeah. I'm aware of that, and I think there is enough research that can be done on the biology of these squid to make foreign vessels come in and harvest enough squid to. Right now, we can't jig fish because we don't have no jig fishery, but we don't know the extent, the life cycle. We just don't know a whole lot about these squid in the area. So an EFP could be focused around a more scientific discovery because we don't have a commercial fishery. There's no money being directed towards the collecting data. So I'm sure something could be crafted that would add to our knowledge. But at minimum, if this wasn't available to us, foreign vessels coming in to really test the waters for squid, we would like to have some other means in the Gulf besides small vessels, probably a limited trawl catch to see if they can catch squid, and maybe use samplings from that. So not quite sure what so I think a discussion paper would bring all these things out, to kind of what can and cannot be done. Right now, I'm kind of don't know what the legal ramifications are, but what we need to do to bring this, to open up this fishery and to see to do more research on the diet, to see if these are affecting some of the Gulf species that are depressed.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm not seeing for any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Craig Evans is next, followed by Donald Stiles.
Morning, Madam Chair. Is my audio on?
Yes, good morning.
Hello, my name is Craig Evans. I'm president of the Petersburg Vessel Owners Association. I'm here to testify on the increased orchid depredation that we're seeing in the halibut longline fishery in the Gulf of Alaska. Both PVOA and Alpha have submitted comment letters in regards to this topic as well. PVOA's membership is highly dependent on the halibut and the sablefish longline fisheries in the Gulf, and we've seen drastic improvements to the sablefish fishery retention rates and decrease of marine mammal depredation and bycatch since the fleet has transitioned to pots as the main mode of harvest. We believe that expanding the legal gear definition to include halibut pots in the Gulf of Alaska, like was done in the Bering Sea and the Aleutian Islands, is a necessary step to work toward reducing marine mammal depredation in the Gulf of Alaska halibut longline fishery. As I'm sure you probably know that the halibut fishery is currently in decline. The current regulations in the Gulf can be seen as a half measure or a stepping stone regulation from only allowing conventional hook and line gear to legalizing pot gear in the Gulf of Alaska fishery. As of now, fishermen are allowed to retain halibut that are caught in pot gear when the vessel is harvesting sablefish, and the vessel holds quota for both halibut and sablefish in the same area. This only works if the vessel has both halibut and sablefish to harvest in that same area, and also excludes large areas of halibut regulatory area C, where a vessel fishing in inside waters, and they're able to fish longline for halibut, but don't have the correlating sablefish IFQ fishery in that region because that's regulated as a state water fishery. So it's not possible to do both in inside waters in 2C. The northern inside waters are where the Petersburg vessel owners fleet is seeing the increase in whale depredation most drastically, as well as outside waters in 2C and in 3A. PVOA supports a motion that was raised by the AP last week for the council to initiate a discussion paper to allow the directed fishing of IFQ halibut with pots in the Gulf of Alaska. PVOA recognizes the budget and personnel constraints that the council and NIMPS are currently experiencing and understand if no new action can be taken at this time, we do appreciate the opportunity to elevate our concerns and hope that action can be taken on this issue when the opportunity arises. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And if there are any questions, I'll try to answer.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Evans. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Evans, for your testimony and also for your participation on the IFQ committee. I wondered if this problem with whale depredation in the halibut fishery in the region that you fish, if that's a recent problem, if it's one that's been ongoing for a while, if you could just speak a little bit more to that.
Mr. Ritchie, through the chair. It's a fairly recent phenomenon. I have personal experience with it going back about 4 years. It may have been going longer, but the orcas seem to be learning very fast, and the pods of orcas that are involved in this are growing rapidly. They're teaching the young how to do it, and rather than just being I heard of a guy that this happened to. It's happening to so many people on so many trips now, and to the point where they don't just take a few fish, they take every fish. So it's not a slowly accelerating thing like the sperm whales were with the black cod fishery. It seems to be very rapidly accelerating.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Appreciate your testimony, Mr. Evans.
Thank you.
Next up is Donald Stiles, followed by Eric Velsko.
I am here in Nome getting ready for the crab season. Next week, I will start crabbing when I should be with my loved one in Anchorage. She will begin her battle against cancer with an invasive surgery and radiation. I am Donald Stiles. How will we survive if I don't participate in the race for crab? How can I support my loved one who is undergoing harmful but needed care? Just 10 years ago in May, my grandson was diagnosed with leukemia. He was 2 years old at the time. He spent the rest of his life in and out of the hospital. He died when he was just 4 years old. At the time, his father wasn't able to spend the most important times of his treatment with him because he needed to race for crab. For those who have built their livelihood on this fishery We feel we are under constant attack. It seems our cries for rationalization have not been heard. Because of backlash somewhere else, or, unpopularity somewhere else. But we have invested our hard-earned money and time into this fishery. We deserve a fair and open opportunity to make a case for limitation, because life, insurance, fuel, maintenance, loan payments, and a revolving door fishery will be the undoing of those that have paid their dues. Income that we have depended on for 3 decades will dwindle until we are no longer viable. We were out crabbing for $2 a pound. As fishermen, we felt that was not a fair offer and held a strike for an additional quarter. We no longer have a herring fishery that once provided $3 million to the economy. Our salmon returns are no longer capable of sustaining families, subsistence or commercial. We survived a disaster, but as the pieces of the pie get smaller, operations will fail. We need your help to maintain our operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Stiles. I'll see if there's any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Stiles, for your testimony, and we received previous testimony on the same action, and I just wanted to confirm that you support the structure that was provided by NSEDC for a recency action, eliminating latent licenses, or whether a full rationalization program is your ask. Thanks.
I'm unsure at this moment. I do believe that any kind of limitation would help us. Under my circumstances right now, a full rationalization would be more beneficial. It would help me be with my loved one.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions. We wish your family well, Mr. Stiles. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Eric Valsco is next, followed by Andrea Kaikala.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Eric Valsco. I want to focus my comments and staff tasking on EO 14276, Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, issued by the current administration. Fisheries management at the federal level has become increasingly difficult to follow from the perspective of your average U.S. fisherman. Many small-scale federal participants can't afford quota managers or policy personnel at our small businesses, so we're forced to try and immerse ourselves in the process to stay within the bounds of regulations. This takes time away from other more important issues like getting more value from our catches, marketing our products, or maintaining our vessels. At the council level, we'd love to create boxes to help organize fisheries, track quotas, and account for prohibited species catch. From a high-level perspective, boxes work well, but when we drill down into nuances of managing in this manner, we see how inefficient it can be. I want to make it abundantly clear that I still support using the best available science and that we should continue to support fully funded surveys and stock assessments. However, there are many examples of nuanced regulations. I can list a few. Human observer coverage on vessels under 40 feet that just complete a handful of trips a year. We can do some work there. Quota share inefficiencies with, A, B, and C shares in the sablefish fishery that relate to freezing on board. Weight deduction for bled sablefish is another issue. There's some CP cod longliners that are running into problems with being forced to put on a flow scale to the tune of $200,000 to $300,000 for the possible chance of catching 50 or 60 pounds of Pacific cod when they're sable fish, pot fishing. That's not allowing the targeting of halibut and pots in the Gulf of Alaska. We talked about that 4 or 5 years ago. Could have rolled it into that regulation when we cleaned up the sable fish pot fishery, but for whatever reason, we chose not to do that. And then we got to go back to the drawing board, do it all over again. Same problem that we had back then. It was more sperm whales at the time. So now we also have a orca problem down in Southeast, it sounds like. So some of these examples are regulations that could use some cleaning up, as I'm sure every sector has many. So just want to reiterate that the harvesting sector is in trouble in Alaska. I've got lots and lots of friends racing out of the industry as fast as they can, selling boats, selling quota. So a lot of this boils down to the value of our catch too. We're not capturing the value we could be capturing in Alaska. From a council perspective, I'm not exactly sure how we get at that, but I think when you look at production and increased production, I think we need to not forget about value. And I can speak a little on that. Looks like my time's up. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Velsko. Are there any questions? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Velsko, for your testimony. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit more to your thoughts on how to help Alaska capture more of that value that's coming out of our seafood.
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks for the question, Ms. Goen. I noticed that the SSC even seemed to pick up on it. I wrote it down. It was slide 7 in their PowerPoint presentation. They mentioned enhancing fisheries value goes beyond increasing catch in response to the EO. So that means increasing value. And we've done a great job at catching tons of fish in Alaska, but in my opinion, we've done with not every fishery, but many fisheries, we're not getting the full value out of what we're catching, which is a problem. And why you see the, it kind of relates to stressing stocks and, you have to catch more fish for less value. That starts creating all kinds of other problems. You have bycatch implications. You have all the stuff that goes along with big volume harvest. Not to say that we don't, that there's not room for both, but I think there's more that the industry can be doing either voluntarily. I would hate to do too much in regulation. I've been trying to think outside the box on what we can do as far as, forcing the hand of industry to get more value out of what comes inshore. You compare these prices, dockside prices that we're getting in Alaska compared to some of these foreign nations, and we're orders of magnitude less, to the tune of sometimes 10 times less dockside value than our friends in Iceland and Norway. And so why is that? There's some political issues and there's some factors there that are outside of our control, but there's lots and lots of stuff that are well within our reach to increase this value. So I think we need to be, that's what we should be focused on, and making sure that we don't do stuff at the council that's going to hinder that. Like I was mentioned in, the kind of handcuffing us with some of these, like the sable fish regs where we can't freeze on board. So we're forced to deliver to knowing that there's other markets out there that we could utilize. We're unable to do that because we're not allowed to do certain things on board. If we own the quota and we have a market for it, why can't we sell this fish where we want to? And so just make sure we're not being too restrictive when it comes to market implications. And, we've had massive consolidation in the last, in the last decade even, but over the last 20 years since I started fishing, we're down to 4 processors in Bristol Bay and 3 processors out west. This is not good for the harvesters. So this is stuff that everyone needs to be thinking about. So that's hope that kind of answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Velsko. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, thank you. Next up is Andrea Kaikala, followed by Caitlin Yeager.
Wonderful. Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is Andrea Kaikala. I'm the Executive Director of the United Catcher Boats, and we represent the trawl catcher vessels operating in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska, primarily targeting pollock and cod. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the council's response to the executive order on seafood competitiveness. First, we strongly support prioritizing continued investment in NOAA's core surveys and stock assessments. These efforts are fundamental to setting sustainable harvest levels and supporting domestic seafood production, community jobs, and food security. We encourage the council to continue advocating for surveys and exploring cooperative survey models to maintain critical data streams. This aligns with the council's previous 2020 EO guidance that identified targeted investments in survey and science as critical production efficiencies. Second, we want to thank the council and NOAA for completing the electronic monitoring program for the pelagic trawl fleet. This program is now in place, and we believe it represents a strong model for how to modernize monitoring while reducing burdens and costs on vessels. The program demonstrates how technology can modernize monitoring while reducing burdens on vessels. As the council noted in 2020, EM provides a low-cost, flexible alternative to human observers. We encourage the council to expand EM options for other fleets where appropriate, including the freezer longline sector, as FLC has proposed. These tools can enhance data collection while addressing challenges in observer supply and costs. Third, we support the regulatory and operational improvements to the observer program. We echo proposals from other sectors and conversations at this meeting to allow more flexibility in the observer qualifications, recognize relevant haul experience from other regions, and to make remote debriefings a standard option. These are critical, practical steps that can support the workforce retention, reduce deployment delays, and program costs. This also builds directly on the council's 2020 EO priorities, which call for streamlining program operations and reducing compliance burdens on fishing operations. We support the council reaffirming the thoughtful deregulation recommendations it developed in 2020 under the executive order. Many of those, like improving how fisheries allocations are reviewed and simplifying internal approval processes, remain timely and relevant today. Streamlining these administrative tasks allow the council and NOAA to focus more fully on core priorities like sustainable harvest management, survey support, and monitoring improvements. Reaffirming and advancing those earlier recommendations reflects the council's ongoing commitment to practical, science-based, and efficient governance. In short, we support the council's work to strengthen sustainable domestic seafood production and reduce unnecessary regulatory burdens. We stand aligned with FLC and PSPA on the need to support surveys, modernize monitoring, and maintain effective science-based fisheries management. Thank you for your time, and with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Caitlin Yeager, followed by Linda Bankin.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. For the record, my name is Caitlin Yeager, and I'm speaking on behalf of the At-Sea Processors Association. APA represents 5 companies that own and operate 15 AFA catcher processors operating in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. We appreciate the discussion paper on the recent EO Restoring American Seafood Competitiveness, and will be providing our recommendations to reduce regulatory burden under the council's purview. A comment letter has been attached that I'll be speaking to as well. So under the scope of items that are already underway, maximum retainable amounts. We support efforts to simplify the MRA regulations as this increases domestic seafood production for fish that have already been caught. Economic data reports. While these reports are simple for our sector, I have firsthand experience on the complexity of those for other sectors and support their elimination if the data collected is not being used. Switching gears over to our recommendations for new actions, including removal of regulations for exempted fishing permits in the North Pacific. Our fleet routinely utilizes EFPs, and we support relying on the nationwide regulations, which are more streamlined. Holistically, we would hope that you'd address the modernization of e-logbook regs, daily cumulative production logbooks, and printing requirements. Each of these are pretty straightforward and speak for themselves. Finally, we support removing unused regulations and consolidating similar regulations to improve clarity as listed in Section 5.4. Additional ideas that reduce regulatory burden but may be more challenging include streamlining catch share program reviews through consolidation of multiple programs under a joint review process and reducing co-op reporting requirements for well-established LAP programs such as the AFA. Regarding Pacific herring management in the pollock fishery, there is no longer a commercial Pacific herring fishery in the Bering Sea, and the current closure areas have been demonstrated to no longer protect herring. Furthermore, these areas restrict access to viable fishing grounds and may confound efforts to minimize salmon bycatch reductions. I'd like to note there was earlier discussion encouraging non-regulatory or procedural changes that could improve the ability to fully harvest allocations and find efficiencies in fishery operations. We support those efforts. And as the council discussed, they are well within the scope and spirit of improving seafood competitiveness and require low or no costs to implement. We understand that the council and agency have been tasked that they must do more with less, but we would like to reaffirm the council's highest priority actions remain aligned with their response to the 2020 EO. Specifically, agency funding for groundfish surveys, stock assessments, and EM observer data collections, which are vital to maintaining a science-based sustainable management and essential if we are to maximize domestic seafood production and value. We rely on export markets and must be competitive globally. Our direct competitor holds its fishery participants to vastly inferior environmental and social welfare standards, which are vital to maintaining a science-based sustainable management and essential if we are to maximize domestic seafood.
Apologies. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So our direct competitors are held to inferior standards, and responsibly reducing burdens on our industry is essential if we are to remain competitive in light of those differences. Furthermore, stability is inherent to value for our markets, and I would strongly encourage that the harvest specifications remain on the docket for the December meeting so that we can prosecute our fishery in a timely manner. We stand by Alaska's fisheries being the best managed in the world, and we believe that responsible regulatory reform can maintain and enhance status while improving efficiency. Thank you once again for the opportunity to provide comment, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you. Our next testifier is Linda Benkin, followed by Megan Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Linda Benkin, testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I want to start by expressing my frustration that I know is shared with the funding shortages, the dysfunction that's causing in our system and its impact on fisheries management and a whole lot else in our country at this time. We have been very active in pushing for restoration of funding, both as Alpha and as a member of the Fishing Community Coalition, with trips to DC, with letters, op-eds, and phone calls. We'll certainly continue to do all of that and hope that others who are listening in and being affected by this do the same. On the issues in front of you under this discussion topic, we did submit some written comments. I wanted to highlight, as we did in those comments relative to the EO, that we do strongly support science-based management regulation that maintains the health and sustainability of our fisheries and fishing communities, including surveys, including the management structure we have in place with PSC caps, as really fundamental to what makes our fisheries functional, sustainable, and valuable over time. I would highlight our support for eliminating a few regulations that we think would provide benefits to the fleet. One is the deduction for blood sablefish that Eric Velsko briefly mentioned. That serves as a real disincentive to quality in the sablefish fishery, with little to no benefit. We also would like to see moved forward as part of this action, if possible, the action the council scheduled to waive or reduce the requirement for a TEC for people who are participating in CQE fisheries while fishing CQE quota. And finally, to express our support as a staff tasking item for a discussion paper that allows pots in Gulf of Alaska halibut. As Craig Evans spoke to, the depredation by killer whales is now joining that of sperm whales and making the fishery challenging for people. We would like to see the discussion paper take a look at potential gear conflicts and way to mitigate those, including pot tending requirements, to ensure we aren't creating a gear loss issue. Also want to, I guess, close by saying that we align ourselves with the request from people of the Yukon to do all you can to find a solution to the funding and scheduling challenges that are making in-person consideration in December of the chump salmon bycatch issue so challenging. We really hope that that can continue to be on your agenda in December in person or virtual. If that's not possible, that you identify an alternative following the lead of tribal leaders to take that up as early in 2026 as possible. And thanks. I'll end there, but happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Okay. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bankin. I have a quick question about the mention in your letter of the potential recommendation to address the EO on eliminating the weight deduction for blood sablefish at the time of delivery. And I wondered if you could give a little bit more emphasis on, you only included 3 recommendations, why that one stood out as important.
Thank you through the chair, Ms. Kimball. That's an issue that has really been a thorn in the side for sablefish fishermen and processors for some time. We actually participated with my boat in testing how much blood you could get out of a sablefish under sort of ideal conditions of bleeding it as soon as it comes on board and holding it on deck, to measure how much blood comes out. And the amount that we take off the quota for people who bleed fish, yeah, you can get that much blood out of a sablefish under ideal conditions. But when you compare it to how much a fish bleeds when it's gaffed aboard, when it's handled on deck, it's kind of ridiculous to think that we need to take 1 or 2% off people's quota because they bleed. When you bleed a sablefish as soon as it comes on board, as many people are doing because it results in a much higher quality product, you give up that much quota at the time of delivery. So it really disincentivizes people to take the extra time it takes to bleed fish when you also lose income and quota for doing that. It's never been a regulation that made sense to us. I think if we believe our management precision is at the level of 1 to 2%, we're probably kidding ourselves with estimating how many fish are out there and what we are removing from the resource. but it's definitely having an impact on quality. It's having an impact on marketing. It's resulted in fines to processors where fishermen say they're not bleeding, and enforcement says, but look at all the ripped gills. There's very little benefit and a whole lot of negatives. And I appreciate the question. I hope that answered it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Megan Williams, followed by Chris Woodley.
Good morning. My name is Megan Williams, and I'm a fisheries scientist with Ocean Conservancy. So contrary to normal practice, I'll be very brief here today. And of course, I'll first start by noting the significant funding challenges faced by the agency and council. With that in mind, I would like to align myself with previous testifiers in urging the council to work to prioritize final action for chum salmon at the December 2025 meeting. This should occur at an in-person meeting through a full and robust public process. I'll also reiterate a little more refined recommendations for the chum EIS to be taken prior to the Board of Fish meeting, February 18 to 22. Chum, as we know, are intercepted and taken as bycatch in both state and federal fisheries. And in order to impact the most effective benefits for chum salmon and salmon-dependent communities, federal action should be taken prior to state action so that communities and organizations can align their work with both agencies and really and to develop the most effective methods to manage salmon throughout their migration and throughout their life cycle. Consistent with the sort of standard regulatory council timeline, the EEIS process for chum salmon bycatch has taken years, and final action in December 2025 honors the time, the effort, and trust that tribes and stakeholders have invested. So delaying this action doesn't just slow down the implementation, it really slows down some of the hope, it delays relief and justice for some of the communities that have lost so much. And I'll close there and hope the end of the meeting goes well.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. So Chris Woodley is next, followed by Heather McCarty and Mateo Pasaldan.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Chris Woodley. I'm the Executive Director of Groundfish Forum. During the B2 agenda item, I provided comment on the NOAA discussion paper regarding the EO 14276 and discuss priorities from an Amendment 80 perspective. I don't think I need to repeat any of those recommendations here. However, one additional item I neglected to mention from the discussion paper is Part 5.2 regarding exempted fishing permits. As a frequent flyer within the EFP process, Groundfish Forum and the Alaska Seafood Cooperative agrees with the short discussion provided in the discussion paper. The new regulations are more cumbersome and could be improved. We think of EFPs as an important investment in the continual improvement and innovation of North Pacific fisheries. There's a lot of work up front, and sometimes an EFP doesn't pan out, but when it does, the EFP process is a strong track record, which results in better and more efficient use of council and NOAA resources, and ultimately creates better practices and regulations, which are ultimately supported by the regulated industry. So we would support further exploration of simplifying that EFP process and expanding the use of those EFPs. That's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Heather McCarty and Mateo Pasaldan, followed by Kelsey Ivanoff.
Madam Chair, members of the council,
I'm Heather McCarty, and I'm speaking for Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association.
Mateo Pasolan for the City of St. Paul.
That didn't work.
Mateo Pasolan for the City of St. Paul.
I have a feeling you know what I'm going to talk about. As you have heard already, we think it would be a good idea for the council to encourage the 3 sectors of the crab management program, harvesters, processors, and crab-dependent communities, to form an ad hoc working group to discuss aspects of the crab rationalization program for flexibility in times of low tax and bring any recommendations to the council. First, people have said maybe flesh that out a little bit. What could this group be speaking to? I think anything and everything, but first, we think it would be good if they had a discussion of the emergency exemption from regional delivery requirements. And I think it would be good if that could come to the council by the October council meeting. We recognize that any regulatory change couldn't happen before the next season, but it seems that this group could put together recommendations to move towards a more efficient process for emergency exemption because of conditions in any region that make it either physically or economically impossible to catch or process crab. And then second, and this is just a, off the top list, the group could discuss crab management options under conditions of only one or no processors with processing platforms. And it could include discussions of how you might adapt the emergency exemption process for use in those cases. We've seen that it can work for emergency exemption from regional delivery requirements. It might be able to work for other exemption needs as well. So those are kind of the 2 things that we've talked about thus far amongst ourselves, and I'll pass it on to Mateo.
We support, of course, those comments. And as a crab-dependent community, St. Paul spends a lot of time thinking about how to maximize the value of that resource and that fishery for the community, especially during these low tax times. And so we think this is a discussion about how to do that in a future where we will be facing low tax fisheries or none in certain seasons makes a lot of sense. One such aspect is, of course, the tool for relief from regional landing requirements. The regulation, that's Amendment 41, specifies with a great level of detail what needs to go into the framework agreement and then the exemption contract. There's 2 steps to this process. And that might have been a good tool for the ICE situation that we faced 20 years ago. But in the current situation, the current realities, it's burdensome, inefficient, and I think there's some improvements we could make to it that are responsive to the executive orders, but also responsive to the needs of the fishery. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I could have a couple more seconds. Some of us had the opportunity to go visit the NIMS facility out on the other side of the bridge. And it was an amazing experience. We visited scientists who are working on Arctic cod. They're raising them and figuring out a lot about their metabolic functions to see how they will operate in warmer temperatures and so forth. They're also raising snow crab out there and doing the same kind of work on them. It's an amazing program, and it's just one example of the many things that we stand to lose if things don't change. They don't know right now when the water is going to be turned off, and it would be a terrible thing to lose. So we support all of the efforts by the industry that are taking place and that will take place in the future, and applaud the letters and share in those, and have been in great contact with DC on several levels to try to help with that. So I think we all have to keep doing it.
I would like to add to that. It was an amazing visit, and incredible people, and hopefully this broader process will be able to retain them. I told them at the time that we're rooting for them, and one opportunity to actually help them would be getting the $300 million that were appropriated by Congress for fisheries disasters in December of last year, December 2024, getting that funding secured to respond to fisheries disasters nationwide, including the Bering Sea snow crab disaster for 23-24, which is not fully funded. And so to the extent that monies from that pot can be made available for research, that might for opportunities to help some of these folks or help some of these projects that are so critical to our fishery and understanding what's going to happen in the future. So, and I wanted to recognize the leadership of the harvesters, ABSC, and pulling some initiatives together, including letters to the Secretary of Commerce to make sure that that funding doesn't go away.
And thank you to the community, the fishing community of Newport, for a wonderful week. Thank you, all of you. So we had a great time.
Great. Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Couple of questions that I hope can get really quick answers. One is, it sounds like the work group process that you proposed is sort of designed to address the timing urgency of the issues you're raising, but also isn't, at least initially, reliant on either council or agency resources. And then the second, or is not hugely reliant, but you're checking to find out if indeed the council would be interested in hearing from a work group. The second is just, do you have indications from other parts of industry that that they'd be willing to be part of that work group?
Madam Chair, Mr. Twite, your first question, yes, you got that right. There are some things that industry can do, as they did last October and November and December, to work with existing regulatory frameworks. But and we'll need to do that again, possibly starting in October. But there are other things that may need regulatory change. That's one of the things that we would be looking at, I would think. And your second question regarding the elements of industry, yes, Mr. Ianni from NPCA testified to the need and advisability of such a group. Mr. Lesher for ABSC testified in the same way. You're hearing from one of the major communities right now in that regard as well. And we know that Frank is always up for a good time, so.
Indeed. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So Kelsey Ivanoff will be our last testifier. I think she's joining us remotely.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Kelsey Ivanoff, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Native Peoples Action. My Inupiaq name is Kasunaluk, and my Yupik name is Abuzanuk. I was raised in Inukleet, where I returned when I had my daughter, so I can raise her as I was, on the land and water. I come from a family who participates in both subsistence and commercial fishing, and since I can remember, that has been our livelihood in the summer. However, times have changed. Our once abundant waters have dwindled to small runs, mixed runs, and smaller fish. We respectfully urge you to prioritize final action on chum salmon bycatch management during the December 2025 meeting. Delaying this decision, no matter the timing in 2026, would push implementation further into or even past 2028. That is simply too late for our tribal communities. Western Alaska is in a salmon crisis. Our people are facing historic chum salmon declines. Families who have depended on these fish for generations are now going without. Every year of delay means another year of hardship, while chum bycatch in the pollock fishery remains unchecked. We also want to raise a concern. The recent short notice of a potential December meeting conflict was posted just before this June meeting. And we always want to acknowledge staff for their hard work and great efforts. However, there was little to no opportunity for tribal interlocal consultation. And as noted, even the co-management agencies that helped develop the EIS were not previously informed. Realizing that cooperating agencies and others do not schedule meetings, these issues are brought up to the council. We just wanted to point out that on such an important agenda item, many members of the public would likely want the opportunity to state their concerns or preferences on timing, planning, and potential meeting conflicts. We understand the council's December agenda is full, funding and capacities are limited, but there are solutions. Can hold a second virtual meeting in mid-December to complete specs for groundfish, halibut, and Cook Inlet. You can move the Cook Inlet salmon SSC review to January or February. Or you can reinstate a February council meeting, at least for 2026, to relieve pressure during high conflict months like December. We also want to highlight the broader context. With federal reorganization underway at NOAA and NIMS, further implementation delays are likely. That makes it even more important that the council act now, this year, to avoid compounding those delays. In closing, we ask you to stand with the communities who are most affected by this crisis. Prioritize final action on chum salmon in December 2025. Our people are doing everything we can to protect these fish. We need the council to do the same. Brianna, for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us this morning. So we skipped over our mid-morning break this morning to make it through public testimony. I'd like to take 20 minutes, stand down, consider public testimony on staff tasking, and allow council members to check out of their rooms and grab a snack. We'll probably be working through the lunch hour. So let's come back at 11:45 and see if the council would like to take action or have further discussion on any items that we heard on during staff tasking. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. We finished our presentation and public testimony on staff tasking. Would ask the council whether or not there's any other discussion that needs to be had or any motions or actions that the council would like to take. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a simple one. I don't have a written motion for it, but I know you've been working hard to create terms of reference for all council committees and some consistency across those terms. And we do have draft terms of reference for the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee and the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Committee. Those are posted actually under C1 if the council wants to reference those. And I'm suggesting, and let me know if this needs to be in form of a motion, that the council approve the terms of reference for those two committees at this meeting.
Yep. I believe it does need a motion, but.
So I can.
Ms. Kimball.
Madam Chair, I would make a motion that the council approves the terms of reference for the Fishery Monitoring Advisory Committee and the Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Committee. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Toy. Ms. Kimball.
I think I did already speak to it a bit, but I just, for reference again, those drafts are under C1 for the Observer Program. And they are very consistent as I see it with other terms of reference for other committees. And the FMAC also reviewed those at its meeting. The Partial Coverage Fishery Monitoring Committee, those members are all part of the FMAC as well. So everyone on those committees has seen those drafts.
Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Any comments? And any opposition? Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Sure. Mr. Toy.
Kind of along the same lines, I'd like to make a motion that the council approve the revisions to our SOPs that are currently, as they are currently posted on our website. With a second, I can speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Williams. Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. The Council Executive Director and Deputy described the nature of many of the changes. They've been posted for a while to allow public input, public comment. And at this point, we're at the conclusion of that process. And so it's time to formally adopt those.
Thank you, Mr. Toy. Are there any questions on the motion? Any comments? Just like to express appreciation to Ms. Evans and Mr. Witherall for all the work put into going through the modifications to the SOPs and presenting them to the council. Okay. Any opposition to the motion? Okay, seeing none, that motion passes without opposition. Thank you. Mr. Toy. Anything further? Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a motion, but I wanted to acknowledge the testimony that was given during staff tasking on halibut pots in the Gulf and the need for a look at using those, given that whale depredation has changed recently. I'm not comfortable making a motion on that, given the current funding uncertainties and staff constraints. But I would encourage those stakeholders to come back in October, hopefully when we have a little more information on what the future looks like, and provide us more information and give us a little bit more guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And along those same lines, thank you, Mr. Ritchie, for that comment. I wanted to follow up on a specific issue that we heard about today in staff tasking and have been hearing about in several meetings prior to this, which is request for action in the Norton Sound Red King crab fishery in terms of limiting some or a recency action for the license limitation permits to address increased participation over capitalization. And I wanted to make a similar statement to Mr. Ritchie's in that prior to the executive order, and continuing now, I am very interested in coming forward with a proposal to the council to address that issue. I think it is clear, looking at some information, there has been increased participation in recent years, and we've been hearing for quite some time now that is really impacting long-term participants who heavily rely on that fishery, and that is of great concern to me. So yes, I would essentially echo Mr. Ritchie's comment, although I don't have a motion here today to propose council action. I really hope that when we come back in October and have a better sense of what we might be able to do in response to the executive order, which in my mind, quite frankly, has sort of gone to the front of the line, if you will, in terms of what council resources might be to address some of these priorities. And it would definitely be my intention to continue to express concern about increased participation in that fishery and have a proposal for council action to address it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Sort of along those same lines, I wanted to, as one council member, react to one of the ideas that came up during public testimony about beginning to investigate the possibility of a new fishery, specifically Magister squid in this case. And I thought it was a very intriguing idea. As one council member, I had, as I was listening, I just have the very sort of frustrating thought about we simply don't have the resources to pick that up at this point. That's clear. Maybe we will see those in the future. So I hope that the proponent of the idea will actually come back with a lot of the information that we would normally find in a discussion paper in the fairly near future. The frustration I was feeling was that here's a very interesting idea that at least I think is very consistent with this administration's priorities as they've stated them through the EO or several EOs. And here we are hearing this idea, hearing a proponent with no resources to bring to bear on it. And I just, that shouldn't be that way. And I'm just wanting to express some personal frustration about that. But I hope that we will hear more about this idea. I hope we'll hear more in a format that gives us much of the information that we usually see in a discussion paper.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Anything further? Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to some comments we heard under B reports and under staff tasking and public testimony. We heard from harvesters, processors, and communities about this idea of a framework agreement for emergency relief from regional landing requirements for Bering Sea crab, and the idea of using an ad hoc work group to address some of that. However, I think given budget constraints and our constraints as a council, what I think instead of an ad hoc work group would be to encourage harvesters, processors, and communities to meet and discuss how this framework agreement approach might be updated or improved to provide some flexibility and relief in extreme situations like we've seen in recent years with low tax and lack of processors. That work could be directly responsive to the seafood competitiveness EO, and I would encourage crab harvesters, processors, and communities might consider commenting on the Federal Register notice about some possible solutions that they come up with.
Thank you, Ms. Goen. Anything further from council members? Ms. Kimball.
I do have a motion that I'll wait to get posted on our required response to the EO. And it's long. The motion reads, in response to the Secretary of Commerce's request for each regional fishery management council to provide recommendations, a work plan, and timelines pursuant to Section 4A1 of EO 14276 to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and increase production, The council requests staff develop and submit a work plan around the following recommendations by the September 30, 2025 deadline. The council may finalize any supplemental recommendations for a second submittal after additional public comment and B reports at the October 2025 meeting. Council actions already in progress with which respond to EO 14276. This is section 3 of the NIMS discussion paper. Modification to the pelagic trawl gear definition, modification to maximum retainable amount calculations, crab program report and information requirements, removal of economic data reporting requirements, changes to minimize incremental costs billed to industry from cost recovery, modification to eligibility requirements and use caps for crew quota shares in the Bering Sea crab program, allow use of NIMS approved scales in the sablefish fishery, evaluate earlier Aleutian Islands golden king crab fishery start date, changes to pot gear regulations to improve consistency and increase operational flexibility across pot gear fisheries, IFQ transfers, CQE, and beneficiary changes, includes waiving or reducing the transfer eligibility requirements for CQE eligible community residents fishing CQE held quota share, and the Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program electronic monitoring. Council actions already submitted to NIMS for rulemaking, references section 4 of the NIMS discussion paper. The recreational quota entity funding, the charter halibut stamp. BSAI Amendment 25 provides additional peacock harvest opportunity for small vessels using hook and line or pot gear. Small sablefish release, which is operational flexibility for fixed gear to carefully release small sablefish. Area 4 halibut IFQ vessel use caps provides additional harvest opportunities for vessels that were constrained by the previous vessel use cap. There needs an amendment there. Sablefish season start time, provide additional flexibility for NIMS to set the time of day annually for the sablefish IFQ fishery to open. Standardize the reporting time limit for assigning a management program to a haul, including CDQ program if applicable. New actions to reduce regulatory burden. This is section 5 of the NIMS discussion paper. The council requests council and NIMS staff sort the reporting and streamlining actions under section 5 of the NIMS discussion paper into at least 3 vehicles for inclusion in the council response to EO 14276. 1, minor record keeping and reporting regulations and streamlining for which the Secretary of Commerce can use 305D authority under the Magnuson Act. 2, omnibus package for record keeping and reporting, monitoring, or streamlining regulations that must go through the council process due to FMP language. Or 3, regulations that could be included in analytical packages already underway without significant delay. If possible, prioritize these actions for efficient and timely implementation. And in addition to those actions proposed under section 5, include the following proposed changes in the appropriate vehicles above. Modify the endorsement criteria at 679.53A54 to allow hauls sampled in the at-sea hake observer program and or shoreside plant offloads in Alaska to count toward the minimum sampled haul requirement of a lead level 2 certification in Alaska. Modify the minimum sampled haul requirement to obtain lead level 2 certification on trawl vessels to 60 sampled hauls rather than 100 sampled hauls. Grant the observer program the authority to waive fixed gear lead level 2 requirements when no fixed gear lead level 2 observers are reasonably available, and eliminate the weight deduction for bled sablefish at the time of delivery. The council response should also convey interest in pursuing NIMS process improvements to reduce regulatory burden, section 610 of the discussion paper. And that's to increase the ability to use MSA 305D rulemaking authority for record keeping and reporting and other minor issues. Remove the national NIMS policy 01119 specifying the need for regular allocation reviews, and streamline the charter halibut management measures timing to provide more time for charter businesses to plan. With a second, I will speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Williams. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Williams. This is really, I feel like a requirement of ours now to respond to this EO. I think I'll just speak to the approach taken here. Really tried to lump things together that we already have in progress, similar to our last response to the last EO that looked like this, that we already kind of have in the queue. We haven't taken necessarily final action on these items, but they're in the queue already that we could say respond to the EO in terms of the objectives to reduce burdens on domestic fishing and increase production. This is all taken from section 3 of the NIMS paper. Instead of just referencing that paper, I wanted to list out what was in that paper. Everyone can cross-reference with that paper if I missed something. In the second section, it's really the things that we've already done. We've taken final action and submitted to NIMS and sitting in rulemaking. I think it's important, as the paper did, to highlight those actions that do still speak to the intent or meet the intent of the EO. But that we're done and the agency and can pursue rulemaking, and we're very consistent with the EO. The last section, which starts on the bottom of the first page of the motion and extends to page 2, is new actions. And I was really judicious in this section, and so council members can think that through and see if they support this approach. We heard in the discussion from staff when they presented the paper that they really hadn't sorted these types of actions into what kind of authority or vehicle we could use to implement them. But that they were all kind of in the realm of streamlining things, record keeping and reporting things, reducing burden in fairly small ways, but ways that keep coming up from stakeholders in this process that they've been kind of tracking. So I think it is at least an opportunity there to try to categorize those as things that possibly the secretary could use their own 305D authority for, and maybe streamline, expedite those things through this process. Package some of those things into potentially an omnibus package for record keeping and reporting like we used to do. And then potentially, are there any of those small things that we could incorporate into existing analyses similar to what Ms. Baker did in the crab arbitration analysis at this meeting? The only new things that really weren't in that discussion paper are below that in those 4 bullets that we heard testimony from at this meeting, but I still felt met the intent of those kind of record keeping, reporting, observer, streamlining, regulation type actions. So not large actions. And then at the bottom, you can see I tried to pull in section 610. I did get some advice from NOAA that those things don't really fit well into a work plan. And so I don't know how we want to convey our interest in those things, but I do think the council previously has said that they're interested in using 305D rulemaking authority for things that are small actions that we don't, non-controversial record keeping type things that we don't think need to go all the way through this process and could go directly through the secretarial amendment process. I think we've spoken previously about we can review allocation reviews all the time whenever we want. So having a policy that requires a regular schedule is just burdensome to our agenda. This doesn't take away any of the Magnuson Act requirements to review lapse on the 5 and 7 year timeframe. And then we've spoken previously about, are there any process timing things that we could do to streamline halibut charter management measures in the fall so that we're not working against that really difficult timeline with the IPHC. And so charter businesses know what they're looking at for the coming year. So that's the approach I took to this. It did not try to circumvent our regular staff tasking items. It did not try to add in any big items into the EO that we haven't already prioritized through our regular staff tasking and 3-meeting outlook. But given that we need to provide a response, I think this is one approach to do that. Just to point lastly to the introductory paragraph, we do have a deadline of September 30th. I know we've received some verbal reports that the agency could be a little squishy with that deadline. I'm not really comfortable with that. I would like, at least this motion says, let's put forward what we have now, bolstered by public testimony and the NIMS discussion paper by the deadline that's required of us through the EO. And then we might have 1 or 2 days, so I assumed after B reports in October, if we had any second thoughts or additional recommendations that we thought might meet the EO and that we were capable of doing. I have to point out that most of the things in this are still regulatory or FMP amendments that go through this process, so it's not as if listing them magically makes them appear. We are tasking ourselves with this list, and I just wanted to keep that in mind as a first draft for the council's consideration. Sorry for the long motion and rationale, but be glad to take any questions.
Thank you for your motion, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I do have a couple of questions about the final section of the motion, the items for pursuing NIMS process improvements. And Ms. Kimball and I had discussed this a little bit, but I'm unclear with the first and third bullets there, what you were envisioning NIMS would do. So for 305D, the council has the opportunity to identify actions that it would like to sort of pre-authorize in the FMP for NIMS to implement via the 305D authority. So the council could clarify that, but I'm not sure what you are seeking that that NIMS would do independently to streamline the 305D authority.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Curlin. I just thought at this point we should signal our intent to try to either identify individual actions that we think this has come to us, we think this could be 305D authority or rulemaking authority for NIMS, or whether we need to go through the process of identifying the types of actions and put those in our FMP. I would rather the former, where if something comes to us that's small, we could recommend that the secretary take it on themselves. But this basically, this bullet, to be a very direct answer to your question, is I just would like to signal our intent to try to address that better in the future. It doesn't require anything from the staff in terms of the work plan or the timeline, but potentially in the cover letter or some other way to convey that interest.
Through the chair, thanks for that clarification. Just to reiterate, I think it's the council's opportunity to articulate and identify in the FMPs, if it's not already identified, what kinds of things the council would like NIMS to implement under the 305D authority. So to the extent there's a work plan that would be developed, conceivably staff could help suggest things like that the council might want to either clarify or add into the FMPs to articulate more clearly what sorts of things the council would like NIMS in the future to have the ability to implement via 305D. And then with your third bullet on the charter halibut management measures, there again, I'm not clear what you're envisioning NIMS would do in terms of process improvements. That strikes me as a council process issue. So I wonder if you could clarify that.
Thank you. And I was really just teeing off the portion of the paper that identified that as a possibility for NIMS staff to provide some potential options that wouldn't crunch that timeline so much. I don't know if they exist, but we've talked about them at length. And because it was included, I thought that signaled an interest in continuing to look at those options.
Thank you. I'll go to Ms. Baker and then Ms. Goen. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. My question is on the initial paragraph and can you give me a sense of what you're envisioning the work plan will look like? It's a different concept for us, and I just thought it would be helpful to hear about what you were thinking there.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the question. I think what I meant by that, I was just trying to mirror the language that was required of us in the EO. I don't like the word work plan either, but we did receive kind of a spreadsheet of how to list out these types of actions and potential timelines, and whether it's a reg amendment or a reg and an FMP amendment. So when I say work plan, I guess I'm envisioning the spreadsheet that was given to councils as a response.
Thank you. And Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your motion, Ms. Kimball. My question is on your Section 5 items and whether the intent in the language there would include the NIMS recommendation on removing regulations for exempted fishing permits at the Alaska region level, instead going with the national, more streamlined version of those exempted fishing permit regs.
Thank you for the question. Yes, it does. There's a little inconsistency in my motion by listing out everything in Section 3 and listing out everything in Section 4. And then by Section 5, I could not list all of what was in Section 5. It was very comprehensive look at small ways to streamline. So those are incorporated by reference, and streamlining the EFP process. I think we're the only council that has those EFP guidance and application and regulations is included in that.
Thank you. Any further questions on the motion? Any comments on the motion? Or amendments? Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. At this time, I think the motion is completely appropriate. I think we are challenged with uncertainties, and I think we need to keep this list somewhat confined and low-hanging fruit, for the lack of a better way of putting it. I would say, however, that we had some compelling public testimony that specified maybe some changes and some inclusion that is broader than this particular motion. All that being said, I completely support Ms. Kimball's motion here, given the circumstances we're faced with in the near term here. Also, if things change, my hope is that we can be more responsive to some of the requests from the public through public testimony in October, to revise, and identify areas that may be in the spirit of the executive order. And I'm not going to get specific in terms of what those might be. I think I just look forward to the opportunity that the council can readdress this list of that Ms. Kimball has prepared, to maybe address some of the things that we heard in public testimony. So again, I'm supporting the motion, and thank Ms. Kimball for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Kimball, very much for development of the motion. And also thank you to NIM staff and whoever participated in that process to develop the discussion paper that allowed us to have some of the items a bit better defined. I have to readily admit, on the first, when I first received the information about what the council was going to be asked to do in development of support of the EO, I couldn't envision how we would go about structuring it and gathering up those items. And as Ms. Kimball is often good at doing, she found a good way to identify, clearly organize, and get the items attached here that I think are very responsive to both the testimony we heard from input from the public and other sources that'll help us into the future. One of the things that I take away from looking at this and recognizing, and I believe Ms. Kimball mentioned it, but we are, I guess if you will, committing ourselves to some prioritization here, which is going to change some things that we do, I think, in my mind, as we work our way through this. So as people look at this list and how it moves forward in the future, recognize that I believe we are committing ourselves to a bunch of work to make a number of these things happen. So again, I'd like to say thank you for the motion. I intend to support it. And thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for this. I am a little slow. I wondered if I missed my opportunity for an amendment.
No, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just remembering back when Ms. Kimball was going through the motion. And I am under the section on the first page of the motion, council actions already submitted to NIMS for rulemaking. And my amendment would be, I don't have it in writing, I'm sorry. I'll try to describe it and take it slowly. Under the area 4 IFQ vessel use caps item, my amendment is to remove the second sentence following that. So remove low involves basic programming changes to the IFQ landing system. Well, the second I'll speak to it.
Thank you for this. Actually, no, can we get a, thank you for the second, Ms. Vanderhoven. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for pointing this out. I think this is a very comprehensive motion, and my understanding is that the important part that you wish to include about this item is the action itself, the potential action itself, provide additional harvest opportunities for vessels that were constrained by the previous vessel use cap. The second sentence, as in my recollection, was essentially some staff analysis of the implementation requirements involved for that. And so I don't think you intended to include it in the motion as you suggested. So that's what the amendment is intended to achieve.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for cleaning that up. The low was part of the staff paper and it really only referred to the level of complexity of that action, not importance. And so I do think that it's important to remove that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on the amendment? Okay. Any comments? And any objection? Okay, that amendment passes without objection. Thank you. Okay, we're back to, let's see, any other amendments? Okay, back to comments. Mr. Dwight.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Everybody more eloquently than I said, this is quite the feat, pulling the many disparate threads of the discussion into a very coherent motion. I'm hopeful that as we think about a cover letter for this, that I think I'm just going to maybe reemphasize a point Ms. Kimball made, but elaborate on it too, that we make it clear that many council members had difficulty with this, not because we think these are not good things to be working on, but we just didn't know how the resources were going to flow for them, even to finish up some of the things that are well along in the pipeline. And that we recognize that there is a prioritization here, but that without a clear idea of what sort of resources we'll have to devote to them over the next year or next years. So just tying in our interest in working with the agency and the administration on the priorities they've identified, our interest in as well maintaining some of our priorities, that interest with our inability to really control the resources that we would like to devote to them through both lack of funding as well as funding uncertainty. And just that it's going to pointing out to this administration and others that this is going to be a really difficult haul to achieve some of these fairly common sense outcomes without a clear idea of what tools we have at our disposal to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Twait. Yes, I concur. That'll be critical to include in a cover letter, and I see Mr. Witherall is taking notes of that. So thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly respond. I appreciated Mr. Muller's comments, and I forgot to mention in rationale that is like the hope that we can continue to do proactive actions. But given the budget report that we just received at this meeting, it didn't seem appropriate to add in anything new, given we don't know if we can have an October meeting or a December meeting or any meetings to fulfill this responsibility. So I did not answer that directly in my rationale, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Thank you for the work that you put into this motion, Ms. Kimball, and would like to express appreciation for all the public feedback we received, as well as the agency's work on the discussion paper. It was incredibly helpful to this process. So with that, is there any objection to the motion as amended? Okay. Seeing none, that motion passes without objection. Thanks. Any further actions? Yes, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a motion that has been sent to staff and I think it was received. Wait for it to be posted. The motion reads, the council does not intend to recommend harvest specifications for the 2026 Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery and requests that NIMS implement specifications under secretarial authority. With a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you for the second, Mr. Sagata. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This motion really is in response to the discussion that we had this morning around scheduling for our December meeting. Should we have the funding to even have a December meeting, as we've been discussing? I considered this very carefully, and it actually flowed out of a comment from earlier this morning in terms of talking about the December meeting and what the must-dos are for the council in that December meeting, and the struggle we are having with essentially having more work to do than we have time for. And although we are being faced with some really difficult decisions related to resources and timing, like we've been talking about all morning, while I don't think this is really anyone's preferred approach for the council to address Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery harvest specifications, it did occur to me that there is an alternate pathway to establish harvest specifications for this fishery, and that is for NIMS to implement those specifications under the secretarial authority. And that is what I'm proposing in this motion to help with one of the many variables that we're trying to deal with for that December meeting. And in my mind, although the council time devoted to Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery specifications takes us a little time. I'm really also thinking about the SSC's time related to preparing and providing recommendations for those harvest specifications. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Are there questions? Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. It's an extraordinary motion, and I understand the scheduling concerns that you raised. And I guess my principal question is to what extent you have considered alternatives, such as a virtual meeting or multiple virtual meetings if needed, for the council to recommend harvest specifications, in light of the fact that recommending harvest specifications is not a discretionary activity for the council. And it does seem extraordinary for the council to decline to undertake one of its most basic responsibilities, to review the best available scientific information and recommend catch limits under a council fishery management plan to avoid overfishing. So again, my question is whether you considered other alternatives to this approach.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Kurland, for the question. I did consider other options than this, and we discussed some of them this morning, including the possibility of virtual meetings, as you referenced. And essentially when I started thinking through those options, it occurred to me, again, with the limited resources we have, we are going to have to make very difficult choices about prioritization of the issues that we have, and kind of following up on, and I think it was a comment from Mr. Twite earlier, if we have to make those decisions, the Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery specifications is a relatively new item for this council. And so, again, the SSC, we're really figuring out a process. And so that's in terms of devoting a lot of resources that we need to do that in a process that we're very unfamiliar with, and the essential trade-off of the things we could be doing with the resources available. I very carefully considered those other options, and I think it is best to use the resources we have, which are very questionable right now, and devote those to things like groundfish harvest specifications and our crab harvest specifications. And we may not have, a lot of funds for extra virtual meetings. We don't even know if we can have our regular meetings right now. And after realizing the extraordinary nature of what I'm proposing here, at least there is, in my view, an alternate pathway for the Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery harvest specifications to be implemented for 2026, and that is through secretarial authority. So thank you for the question.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks. I think I'd like to add a little bit to Ms. Baker's answer to Mr. Kurland's question from my perspective. It's still largely a resources sort of answer, but as I think you know, Mr. Kurland, most agencies that do both salmon and groundfish really have essentially two separate programs. There's so many differences in management between those two groups of seemingly, they're all finfish, right? But they're not. I mean, in terms of approach to management, in terms of vocabulary, in terms of time frames, there's so many differences. And I know that you've had to grapple with this just within your own office there, where you've had to essentially create a salmon management unit without any additional resources. The council similarly and our SSC similarly have to grapple with exactly that same fundamental issue without any additional resources. And as I think about the question about options for how to address this, I understand that the agency is forced to do that by the court opinions, by the rulings from the court. The council should as well, but the council isn't forced to. And when there are no additional resources, I think it's prudent for all of us to think about the resources that we can direct, that we have the ability to direct, and use in the most efficient way possible at this time. So I agree with you. You characterize this as an extraordinary motion. I regret it. I really regret it. I take a lot of pride in the council system, but without additional resources and clearly a workload that won't get any smaller over time. Salmon issues rarely go away. And with, in fact, not just no additional resources for salmon, diminishing resources for everything, I think we have to make some really hard choices that run against the grain of what the Magnuson Act intended. But if we have the ability to do that, I think we have to. And I think we're going to be making a lot more choices like this that I think we all wish we didn't have to make.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I fully agree with the resource issues for both the council and the SSC, and recognizing that this wouldn't be the first time that the council didn't take action on Cook Inlet harvest specifications. Where I'm struggling and where I see this one being different from last time, doing this takes the public out of the public process. And so I guess my question, can you walk me through a little bit whether and how you considered and factored that into your decision? If this is a secretarial action, I'm not sure where the public has the opportunity to make their comments.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. My understanding is that through the secretarial authority, and I won't be specific as to which one, and of course I will welcome correction if I get it wrong, is that for the Cook Inlet EEZ salmon fishery, NIMS has developed a process that is quite similar to the groundfish fishery specifications process, whereby the agency publishes proposed harvest specifications in the Federal Register, much like they do for groundfish, that has a public comment period. And then after consideration of those comments, the agency will need to publish final harvest specifications again, like the groundfish and fishery specifications that are that the agency promulgates every year. And so I see it, Ms. Vanderhoven, you're right, in terms of the council process in what I'm proposing for the 2026 Cook Inlet EEZ harvest specifications. The council process would not be a part of that, but the public process would still be available through the NIMS implementation of those specifications.
Any further questions? Okay. Any comments on the motion? Mr. Fortenberry.
Thank you. Through the chair. As far as I'm aware, it is unprecedented for council to announce it won't fulfill a statutory obligation to develop annual catch limits for a managed fishery. So I'm struggling, I guess, with this a little bit. Because it appears inconsistent with the list of required statutory functions in the MSA, which one of the main functions is to recommend annual catch limits for managed fisheries. This fishery is now in the council's FNP. So, you know, and I didn't ask it as a question, but, you know, I'm trying to understand whether the council is thinking it has discretion to deviate from statutory requirements due to resource constraints. And if that's a broad conclusion, I guess, yeah, I just want to emphasize that, you know, from my perspective, it's not a discretionary action item. The council's recommendation of annual catch limits, not only is it required by the MSA, but it involves the added benefit, obviously, of SSC review. And the SSC is the peer review process that provides us with recommended ABCs and OFLs that help establish annual catch limits. So I just think this is a interesting precedent, and I have serious concerns.
Yep, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Fortenberry. I certainly understand, and I think Mr. Twite captured my perspective on this quite well. And so the only thing I would add in terms of your reference to our SSC indeed being our peer review body for our actions, I believe when the agency was considering Amendment 16, there were potentially some other options related to peer review under other alternatives, understanding exactly what Mr. Twite said in terms of the differences between salmon and groundfish management and expertise related to peer review. And so I appreciate what you're saying. I know I expected you to have some concerns, but I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. Mr. Fortenberry.
I'll just add one more small thing through the chair. That's correct, Ms. Baker. When we were considering Amendment 16, I would note that an alternative peer review process would be established under the FMP. So under the FMP, we've determined that the SSC is the peer review process for this fishery. We did not create an alternative peer review process, so it doesn't exist currently.
Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion. Notwithstanding the comments from the agency, which, you know, I take wholeheartedly, the unprecedentedness of this motion. But given the uncertainties we're faced here at the council, the way I view this is it's a responsible motion to, you know, hopefully encourage the opportunity for there to even be a fishery. And the way I view Ms. Baker's motion here is a heads up or a lead time for the agency to actually engage in that secretarial review and decision-making process. So although unprecedented and none of us like to be in this position, I will be supporting the motion based on that alone. I think it potentially enhances, given the uncertainties at the council, it potentially enhances the possibility of even having an EEZ fishery in Cook Inlet. So thank you, Ms. Baker, for the motion, and I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Curlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it will not come as a surprise that I will not be supporting this motion. I think I conveyed in my question to Ms. Baker about alternatives, my sense that there is another option here for the council. And I absolutely recognize the scheduling challenge that we face and the budgetary challenges that we face. I have, by necessity, gotten more acquainted with the need to come to terms with severe resource constraints of late. And, that forces one to focus on the things that you absolutely have to do, even if you might prefer to be doing some other things. And, again, I would characterize setting harvest specifications as really a basic function of the council. And again, reviewing best available science, setting catch limits to prevent overfishing. It doesn't get much more basic than that. So I would urge the council instead to consider a low-cost option of a virtual meeting and to use that to fulfill the council's responsibility to recommend harvest specifications for this fishery and not to shirk that responsibility. Thank you.
Mr. Twite.
This council has twice worked on setting catch specifications for this fishery. The first time, after looking at the range of issues involved in managing salmon fishery in federal waters through the council process, the council determined that the best catch specifications for the fishery were setting the ABCs at 0. We went through a pretty rigorous process to get to that point. That was litigated, and we were told that we could not use our best available approach. We could not set it at 0. Last year, we worked through the first attempt at providing an actual ABC, and I, at least as one council member, was pretty concerned as well. But I'm still thinking about that first time when we did our due diligence on setting catch specifications and determined that in terms of achieving conservation objectives, the best alternative was to have the state manage the full harvest in state waters and set the federal waters at 0. We've taken somewhat similar approaches in the past with things like bait fish. And those have all been, those are practices that have passed muster time and time again as they get reviewed. This time we couldn't. And so that also sort of factors into my thinking that if the council's, on the one hand, being told that part of its fundamental requirements is to provide catch specifications, but then at the same time was being told that our first and best attempt at doing that wasn't even legal. When we're able to do that for other fisheries at other times, I'm also, just as one council member, sort of personally left wondering.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I appreciate the sentiment that this is an unprecedented potential motion. Like others have stated, I think we're in unprecedented times. We were just engaged in a national level discussion a couple weeks ago where headquarters was indicating that we could no longer manage the 500 plus species in our FMPs, and that the species that we've determined as councils, as regional councils that are required to be managed under Magnuson for conservation purposes, we needed to reevaluate. And so I think we're really struggling with how to respond from some of the directives that we're receiving, and how to do that in a way that is balancing our priorities with our mandates. And I understand the concerns coming from certainly the agency right now. I do sense that this is certainly a reasonable approach, as well as signaling and flagging to the agency and giving them adequate time to prepare accordingly. However, I think it would be probably good to take a 5-minute stand down here and kind of work through some of the questions that maybe Mr. Fortenberry has raised and see whether or not there's a pathway forward and come back at that time. Mr. Fortenberry.
Thank you through the chair. Sorry, I won't be long. Just I want to make one small correction with regards to the litigation. We never set ABC or catch limits at 0. So I want to clarify that the court never ruled.
Yep.
We never reviewed those as a scientifically established catch limit. We closed the EEZ to commercial fishing to try to achieve optimum yield in state waters, and we were struck down. But I just want to clarify, we never went through a SSC process to say that an ABC of 0 is the most scientifically defensible number.
Thanks for that.
And yes, and I appreciate that correction as well. And I think that it's really important to keep to process level discussions with this particular motion. So thank you, Mr. Twite. Let's come back in 5 minutes and continue our discussion on this. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. Okay. So we will continue our discussion on the motion on the floor. Are there any further comments from council members? Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I really appreciate the conversation. I also appreciate Mr. Fortenberry reminding us of the statutory requirement to set these harvest specs. And I could be supportive of the motion, except that on that same agenda, we have a discretionary item or two. And I personally think that if we have resource limitations and need to choose between a statutory requirement and a discretionary item, we need to go with the statutory requirement. And so for that reason, I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. So this signals, again, I think intent that is reflective of significant budget uncertainties from my perspective, and an attempt to provide as much advance notification to the agency as possible, that we see some forthcoming challenges with being able to hear and conduct harvest specifications for Cook Inlet. I think this is a very discrete issue. This is a very new fishery that we're managing. It does not speak to our process, our harvest specification process for any other groundfish fishery. And I understand that the agency will have to figure out how to respond to this, but I will be supporting this motion for many of the reasons that others have stated at this point. And with that, I don't see any other comments. So I'll ask Mr. Witherall to help us with a roll call vote. Thank you.
Okay. Calling the roll on the Cook Inlet salmon harvest specifications implementation authority. Mr. Moeller.
Yes.
Mr. Ritchie.
Yes.
Mr. Sukata.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
No.
Mr. Williams.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Goen.
No.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kurland.
No.
Ms. Drobnika.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-3.
Thank you. Are there any further actions that the council would like to take? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is small potatoes for the last item, but I was asked to speak because we weren't able to get to the D5 item of sub-area apportionments at this meeting. And just to note that I think we received an SSC report that indicated they didn't quite have enough time to round out discussion on that issue as well. Very different interpretations among members about the best way to move forward on that. I think this council was trying to provide some guidance prior to the specifications process this fall, if we have a meeting that will allow us to do that. I think what's important to recognize is that the SSC will, or the plan teams will still get the benefit of the SSC minutes and discussion, as I am aware that council staff can provide the level of discussion that was had at the SSC at this meeting, and that we'll also receive, new survey information that might help shed some light on the situation for the specs process. And if the council has some specific guidance on sub-area apportionments for the SSC and the plan teams, that we could provide that in October, and that would be in time for our 2026 specifications. So I was asked to be pretty explicit about that, and that's the plan as I see it.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Yes, Mr. Toy.
Thanks, Madam Chair. At the last meeting, we it discussed the current state of the ecosystem committee, and as a council, we put out a call for applications for membership in the ecosystem committee with a fairly lengthy application period. So I think it doesn't expire until the end of this month, if I remember correctly. Oh, July. Okay. It expires in July. And then we talked as well about the potential need for a meeting prior to the October meeting for the ecosystem committee, in part because of EFH, but also maybe elements of the climate work plan. At this point, from my perspective, I think we should finish out the process of taking applications and for you reviewing them, and maybe coming to some decisions. But it's hard for me to see how, given the flux in the agendas we've talked about, the resource problems we've talked about related to funding, it's hard for me to see how scheduling an ecosystem committee in advance of the October meeting makes sense. And rather, I would propose at this point that we revisit this, the potential agenda items for an ecosystem committee meeting at our October meeting, assuming we have it, and determine whether having one between now and December would make some sense. And so in terms of actually going ahead and announcing what the reconstituted ecosystem committee will look like in terms of membership, I leave it up to you, Madam Chair, about whether to go ahead and make an announcement prior to the October meeting, or whether you want to wait until the October meeting to go ahead and announce that. But there's no time rush if, assuming we agree that we don't need a meeting prior, that it's not wise to schedule a meeting prior to the October meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Toy. I think it would be safe to say at this point that waiting until October would be prudent. So we have a bit of visibility on our funding situation as well as staffing. So yes, Mr. Toy.
If that's the case, you might also just give staff some direction that maybe there's a little leeway in terms of when they accept nominations to the committee too.
Thank you, Mr. Toy. I'll put some thought into that. And it was a pretty liberal application period. So
Shouldn't be much.
yeah, okay. Excuse me. Anything else? We had a pretty, Mr. Williams, I think your mic is on. Thank you. Pretty lengthy conversation about scheduling, other issues related to scheduling, and certainly appreciate all of the public testimony that we received regarding scheduling the CHUM agenda item for, the various perspectives on in-person versus virtual, as well as December versus the earliest possible meeting. Obviously, there are a lot of compounding issues that we're facing right now. Currently, as others have stated, we, while we're very hopeful that we'll receive our next grants, we do not have money to even host an October virtual meeting. So in the coming weeks, we will, I think, have more visibility on that, be able to provide some better guidance and understanding to the public as far as how we can approach a December meeting. I would note that in the report that we received at the beginning of staff tasking, there was no under normal times, no changes in the implementation timeline between a December, February, or April option. Also understand that the agency's involvement in the development of the EIS is very critical, and they are also going through significant staffing changes right now and funding issues. So I think we will have to continue to probably review implementation timelines as there's more clarity along both the council and agency lines. But I think it would be our intent to schedule the CHUM item as soon as we can, once we have more information in front of us. And I'll be working with the executive director in the coming weeks, and hope we'll get notification out to the public as soon as possible, as well as I'll plan on doing some additional outreach, speaking to individuals and tribal leadership in particular. So also please feel free to reach out to me in the coming weeks. Anything further on the scheduling than or any members like to add anything at this point? Okay. Yes, Mr. Twait.
I just find it unbelievable that even if we get money that we've been told may well be coming our way, that's still only enough to hold one in-person meeting. That we can't even make that decision about whether or not we can have 2 in-person meetings. And it's, that's an if to start with, that if we get the money that we're told may be headed our way, one in-person meeting. That's just unbelievable to me. When we started the year with a budget that allowed 2 in-person meetings for one of the more important parts of our year. We've bandied the word extraordinary around. We've bandied the word unprecedented around. I don't know what other superlatives to use to apply to this situation.
Thank you for that, Mr. Twait. Okay. So I have like to make 2 appointments for our plan team members. We'll be appointing Dr. Megan Bryan to the Groundfish Golf Plan Team and Dr. Caitlin Stern to the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands Crab Plan Team. We will also be issuing a notice, an announcement for nominations to our AP and potentially our SSCs or our SSC in the next month. We, similar to and consistent with conversations that are having about budgetary concerns, I think we will be assessing whether or not to potentially reduce the size of both of those bodies out of potential necessity while maintaining, the critical diversity of perspectives. And so we also don't have a lot of clarity on that, but we'll provide notification as soon as possible to interested members of the public in those bodies. So I obviously I really appreciate the public's understanding and support in all of our discussions and B reports and staff testing regarding the uncertainties and your patience. We are really doing our best to navigate a lot of uncertainties, and I know we've been using that word a lot. And it's in trying to really recalibrate how we normally operate. We're hearing and continue to get critical feedback from the public on how to increase efficiencies and value and production in our fisheries, and all of these things are very consistent with I think the agenda of this administration to support our seafood industry, yet some significant limitations on the other side in our ability to actually advance any of those ideas at the moment. So I again really appreciate all of the support, and we'll take I think a lot of collaboration moving forward, and creativity on how to navigate the coming years. So I also want to thank the community of Newport for hosting us. It's been a really beautiful location, and amazing hospitality. This particular meeting was planned, a couple of years ago. So feel very fortunate to be able to travel here, and obviously appreciate all of our stellar staff, and the amazing work that you do for us. I'm really proud to be affiliated with our region, and fortunate to have such amazing analysis and science to inform our recommendations. So thank you all. And I think that concludes our meeting. Safe travels home. Thanks.